Well, today, Grace Place in Naples will have its Hearts of Grace hunt. This is pretty neat. Children have painted hearts and with positive messages and place them in different parts of the county for people to find.
Grace Place is known for different education programs like teaching children how to read and write. This event is happening this morning at the Ritz-Carlton in Naples from 9 to 11. We have the address right there on your screen. All the hearts are designed by the children and volunteers of Grace Place.
Well, we are tracking developing news this morning, a mass shooting at a Martin Luther King Jr. event in Florida.
Coming up on Fox 4 Morning News at 7, we are hearing from witnesses after 8 people are hurt, 1 person in critical condition. crews are out on Sanibel this morning cleaning up some of the beaches from Hurricane Ian. We'll take you there live to show you the progress they've made so far.
And a shooting in a crowd that had thousands of people in eastern Florida. The moments, shots rang out at a Martin Luther King Jr. event, and this morning, the search for a suspect.
Some downtown Fort Myers restaurants are still not open yet, but it's not because of damage from Hurricane Ian.
Live from Southwest Florida, you're watching Fox 4 Morning News.
It is 7 on this Tuesday morning. Thank you so much for watching Fox 4 Morning News. I'm Chris Shaw.
And I'm Lisa Greenberg. We want to start this hour out on Sanibel. This morning, the Sanibel Captiva Conservation Foundation is working to get those beaches back to normal from Hurricane Ian.
Yeah, volunteers are cleaning up the West End beaches from Tarpon Bay Road to Blind Pass. And that's where Fox 4's Alexandra Rangel is live with how these cleanups are helping after Ian.
Good morning. The beaches and Sanibel in Captiva are still closed to the public, but this group of volunteers will be working to pick up some of the debris that is still scattered along the beaches. And with me, I have Keely McNeil, who's with the Sanibel Captiva Conservation Foundation. Come over, Keely. Thank you for being with us this morning. They're going to get started shortly, so I just want to ask you a few questions before we head out. Where are we heading out to, and what is the focus this morning?
Well, this is our 4th week of cleanups that we've done with the partnership with the City of Sanibel and the Sanibel Captiva Conservation Foundation. So we have started all the way down at the lighthouse at the beginning of the cleanups. And as this is our 4th week, we are all the way down to Blind Pass. So we've made it all the way the length of the island. And so we're wrapping up the first pass here. So today's focus will be down at the Blind Pass area.
I mean, what type of debris are we talking about?
Well, we've found some interesting treasures out there, that's for sure. You know, we found crazy things from light bulbs to drywall to insulation, a lot of things that are just in the houses that when the water receded got left out on our beaches. So we found little things, big things, buried things. So hopefully we'll just try to get as much of it out as we possibly can.
Well, thank you so much. I see the volunteers are behind me. You said more than 100 volunteers have been helping.
Yes, so since we started this a little over a month ago now, we've had over 100 volunteers come out and help. That's residents, and now with the causeway being open, off-island residents are able to come and help too.
Well, thank you so much, Keely, for being with us. We're going to head out with them and hopefully be able to help as well. Now, the cleanup starts at 7. We have volunteers already here, so make sure to stick with us through the morning for that coverage. For now, live in Sanibel, Alexandra Rangel, Fox 4.
Alex, we can kind of see the sun coming up from behind you there in Sanibel. Now let's go to Naples. This is a live look at the Naples Bay. A beautiful morning. Clear skies as we start the day, but it is chilly.
Yeah, so let's go ahead and bring in certified meteorologist Trent Eric to talk about how much longer these colder temperatures are sticking around. I'm hearing there's a warm up on the way, Trent.
Yeah, we'll get a little bit of it this afternoon with temperatures right up around our average, but definitely a chilly start. Not as cold as the last couple of days, but you'll still need a jacket as there's temperatures in the low to mid 40s. We should be around 54 out of Pagefield this time of year, and we're at 50, so we're still below that. The warm-up is happening, though. Look at the difference compared to the last 24 hours. A 7 to 11 degree jump, especially as you move inland towards Glades and Hendry County from where we were at this time yesterday. And while the winds are light now, they'll pick up a little bit today out of the south, 5 to 10. And while usually a southerly wind gives us more humidity and a shot of rain, we're just too dry. So the radar is going to continue to sweep around really quiet. And as you look at your forecast here for today, that southerly wind keeps things nice and beautiful. Even for tomorrow morning, we could wake up with a little patchy fog, but otherwise pretty quiet. As we go hour by hour, you see it's all sunshine here. Very comfortable there at lunchtime, where we'll be sitting around 73, maxing out at 76. The warm-up continues in the 7-day, which we'll talk about in just a few minutes.
We will see you then, Trent. At 7:04, Florida Highway Patrol says the driver involved in a hit-and-run crash in Charlotte County is in jail this morning. FHP says 87-year-old Robert Moses is charged with leaving the scene of the crash involving injury. They say Moses was driving along Riverside Drive in Punta Gorda when he made a left turn and hit an oncoming motorcycle. Troopers tell Fox 4 the victim is in the hospital this morning with serious injuries.
We are also working to get you some more information about this truck fire on I-75. It happened last night in Bonita Springs. Florida Highway Patrol says the two people in the truck got out and ran off, so troopers are looking for them this morning. This is a developing story. We will keep you updated.
Fort Myers police say they are looking for a man who went missing last Monday. Police posted on Facebook asking for help finding this man, Rene Louis Zor. They say he's 85 years old and lives at a senior home in North Fort Myers. But they say he hasn't been back since he was discharged from Lee Memorial Hospital. Police also say he's hard of hearing. If you've seen him, you're asked to call Crime Stoppers or the Fort Myers Police Department.
Now to a story that is developing from overnight. There was a mass shooting at a Martin Luther King Jr. celebration in Florida. It happened on the East Coast in Fort Pierce. Investigators say 8 people were shot here. St. Lucie County deputies say the suspect went out to the MLK Family Fun and Car Show, where more than 1,000 people were there taking part in the event. Deputies say civilians actually drove victims to nearby hospitals in their own cars. St. Lucie Sheriff's Office says shots rang out after an argument between two groups of people reached a breaking point.
Sounds like from our initial investigation here on scene, there was a disagreement of some sort between two parties, and unfortunately, they chose to resolve that with guns.
Investigators say no one is in custody right now. We are working to get you some more information, and we will bring you an update as soon as we get it.
Well, the United States could hit its debt limit this week, and now Congress has to work to prevent a default that could send the economy into a tailspin. Fox's Caroline Shively has this story from Washington.
The U.S. is poised to bust through its $31.4 trillion debt limit this Thursday with no agreement on what to do about it.
And it has to be dealt with right now. No more, putting this off for another year or 2 or 3.
Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen sent a letter to Congress saying her department can hold off a crisis until early June by taking, quote, extraordinary measures like withholding scheduled contributions to federal workers' retirement funds. After that, the U.S. risks defaulting on its debt.
If we don't raise the debt ceiling, we go into default, and only one default is enough to nuke the economy.
Leaders on both sides agree that a default would be catastrophic, but some Republicans say raising the debt ceiling should only come with a cut in spending, and they may use their debt ceiling vote as leverage to get it.
What we've agreed to do in the Republican House is to begin to apply some fiscal restraint so that we can keep from going off the cliff.
We are not going to allow extreme MAGA Republicans to hold the American economy hostage.
Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid are potential areas to cut, but most Democrats say those are off the table. In a speech on Monday, President Biden said he was ready to work with congressional Republicans, but also said,
these guys are the fiscally demented, I think. They don't quite get it.
A new survey of the world's leading economists shows nearly 2/3 believe a global recession is likely this year. In Washington, Caroline Shively, Fox News.
The number of young kids accidentally eating cannabis has surged over the last few years. Coming up in today's Your Healthy Family, I'm showing you the conversations you should have to protect your kids.
And this morning, looking live over the Caloosahatchee, we're off to a clear start. It's chilly, but a little warmer. Just how warm will we get this afternoon? We'll talk about that coming up after the break.
Sounds good, Trent. And at 7:08, here's a look at traffic hotspots.
Well, after the accident, I didn't know what was next for me. When I called Parental, it was immediately evident that they were about fixing the problem and solving the case. Fighting a giant with a giant is the best way to win the fight.
7:12 is the time right now. Let's get a look at some of the top stories we're tracking for you. The International Atomic Energy Agency says it will keep a continuous presence at all nuclear facilities in Ukraine. The head of the IAEA says 2 members will be stationed at each site. They should be in place within the next couple of days. Today, President Joe Biden will meet with the Prime Minister of the Netherlands at the White House. They're expected to talk about Russia's war with Ukraine and restrictions against China's ability to access advanced computing chips. The administration believes China could use those chips to make weapons of mass destruction. And California is expected to stay mostly dry starting today, but forecasters are keeping an eye on another possible storm. Winter storm warnings and advisories remain in effect for mountain areas. A possible 10th so-called atmospheric river could hit Northern California tomorrow, but it's only expected to bring light rain.
A new study shows the number of young kids accidentally eating cannabis has gone up dramatically between 2017 and 2021. And in today's Your Healthy Family, doctors think it could be even worse now.
It's easy to see how a child might confuse candy from a convenience store with a package of candy containing cannabis.
Unless you really carefully look to see that the name is just slightly altered and then there's a little marijuana leaf on it, you won't know.
Dr. Michelle Arzubi-Hughes works as a pediatric emergency physician in Norfolk, Virginia. She says she's treated kids as young as 2 who are experiencing the effects of accidentally eating cannabis. And this is a problem across our country. A study just published in the journal Pediatrics shows the number of young kids accidentally ingesting cannabis went up by nearly 1,400% between 2017 and 2021. And Dr. Arzubi-Hughes says it might be even worse now.
I've definitely seen an increase in these children presenting with an overdose.
So what happens if a child eats cannabis edibles? She says symptoms are similar to what you'd see in an adult who's high. Sleepiness, confusion, increased appetite. But it can also be more serious, like trouble breathing and rapid heart rate. She says if parents have cannabis edibles, treat them like prescription medication. Lock them away, out of reach from kids. She also says she's even talked to her own children about the dangers and encourages other parents to do the same.
I said, but you are not allowed to get candy from any of your friends unless you bring the packaging first. I'm a big believer in being open with your children.
That doctor also says it's time for manufacturers to change the packaging so it's not so similar to popular candy brands. For Your Healthy Family, I'm Lisa Greenberg, and for more health stories, head to fox4now.com/yourhealthyfamily.
7:15 is the time. You are looking live at the Caloosahatchee River. This is our view from downtown Fort Myers as the sun starts to come up over southwest Florida this Tuesday morning. It looks nice, it's cool, and we'll get to the forecast in just a second. But look at this video from California. It shows the moments a road collapsed and slowly starts to slide down this hill. It's happening because of all of the rain in this part of the state. This is Pescadero, which is near San Jose. The ground is oversaturated from 2 weeks of storms, and there's a risk they could see more of this kind of road, like landslide, essentially.
Scary to see that. Taking a look at these aerials, too, this is really scary. This is from up the road in San Joaquin County. Mass flooding across this neighborhood. You see this truck trying to drive through all of that floodwater. Definitely not a good idea. Now, this is a mobile home park. It had to be evacuated, forcing 175 people to leave their homes. And to make this situation even worse, a nearby highway was shut down entirely because of flooding. Now, state officials say 19 people have died across Northern California from intense rain over the last few weeks.
It's just incredible how much rain they've gotten. It's been constant, Trent, but they are going to get a little bit of a break, right?
Yeah, we saw some of the heavier stuff yesterday. This is a look at the west coast, and even the rain here in some of the mountainous terrain and along the coast beginning to taper off, especially in the last couple of hours of this radar loop. They needed the rainfall desperately. Unfortunately, it came fast and it came furious, and with the dry conditions and the wildfires there, the state didn't handle it greatly. We'll talk more about that coming up here in the days ahead. Now, as far as what we're looking at, we are off to a chilly start. Not quite as cold as the last couple of days, but still, you'll need a jacket this morning for sure. The little ones heading back to school after MLK Day yesterday. You can see our temperatures this morning. Low 40s inland between Palmdale, LaBelle, and Immokalee, with low 50s along the coast. Our average is 54. And right now we're at 50 at Page Field, and that's a 9 to 11 degree jump there between Cape Coral and Immokalee. A little less of a jump in Arcadia, where it's 6 degrees warmer. But that overall warming trend is something that's going to continue here in the days ahead, as we'll see that wind out of the south. Now, this morning they're fairly calm, so it's cold, it's clear, and it's just chilly. And the winds will start to pick up, and when they do so, usually out of the south, we get a little more moisture and the chance of rain. Well, you can see the radar sweep around quietly. Our dew point values are still very low, so we got that crisp air in place, and this afternoon that light wind will help out. We'll see it right there near 10 miles per hour. Your forecast calls for high temperature 76. Beautiful day. Sunset at 5:58, and that reading of 76 is almost exactly where we should be on average. Our high, or at least our record high on this date, is 87, going back to 1943. Some of that warmth is surging into the midsections of the country. We're right now at 63 Little Rock, 55 in Nashville, so it's warmer there in the Tennessee Valley than it is across the majority of the state. Reason? Ridge of high pressure. Cold front bringing more rain here, as we've got a couple of lows, one moving off Nova Scotia, another one over Michigan, and all the storm systems are going to continue to track to the north. As they do so, we're going to stay sun-filled and dry. You see this afternoon, barely a cloud in sight. Tomorrow morning, we could see a little patchy fog. Otherwise, it's all sunshine. And that will be the case here for the rest of the work week. Check out how our temperatures respond. We're waking up this morning here in the mid to low 40s, and this afternoon we'll make it up near average. Overnight tonight, a little warmer with temperatures in the 50s, and then by tomorrow we'll start to get close to, if not hitting that 80-degree mark, and you can see that continues there through Thursday. The reason that ridge holds on, keeping all the storm tracks, you can see them there through the Midwest. Matter of fact, as we play this out through Saturday and Sunday of the 22nd and 23rd, all the rain stays there in the Ohio River Valley. As far as our weather here, if you're heading out on the water, seas foot or less, water temperature at 61, no advisories in place. Let's get you over to the 7-day, because we're looking at a warming trend that once it arrives isn't going to budge. Our overnight lows will be 10 degrees above our average of 54 by the time we get towards the weekend. No significant chance of rain anywhere in the 7-day forecast.
Well, the Pentagon changed its rules about the COVID vaccine. This morning, we'll look at what that means for people who lost their jobs because they didn't want the shot.
Well, Pentagon officials are now considering back pay for defense workers who were fired after refusing to take the COVID-19 vaccine.
So lawmakers got the ball rolling on this last year, and the Pentagon dropped the mandate last week. But Fox News chief national security correspondent Jennifer Griffin tells us there are still a lot of questions about what to do with those fired workers.
Facing a requirement from Republican lawmakers under the Defense Authorization Act that provides funding to the Pentagon, Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin officially rescinded the military's COVID-19 vaccine mandate last week and could offer to reinstate the 8,400 former service members discharged for refusing the shot. It's not clear how many want their jobs back or remain fit enough to serve. Quote, regarding back pay, the department is still exploring this and will provide its views on legislation of this nature at the appropriate time. The thousands who sought exemptions and were denied will have their records updated and any letters of reprimand removed, according to the memo signed by Austin last Tuesday. Here's a breakdown of those discharged by service. 834 Air and Space Force personnel, 1,851 soldiers, 3,717 Marines, 2,064 Navy reservists and sailors. Providing back pay would be a win for Republicans like Senator Rand Paul, who fought against the mandate and threatened to hold up the Pentagon's $816.7 billion budget last December. Some service members could still be required to get the vaccine, and for the unvaccinated, commanders will have the leeway to curtail assignments and foreign travel to countries that still require COVID vaccinations.
Depending on the situation and the circumstances, it is incumbent on commanders to ensure that they're doing what they need to do to make sure those forces are ready.
Some Republican lawmakers argued the vaccine mandate was adversely affecting military recruiting efforts. The Pentagon says a department survey last year showed requiring the COVID vaccine was not a big factor in enlistment. At the Pentagon, Jennifer Griffin, Fox News.
A man prosecutors say abused young kids at an unlicensed daycare is expected in court today. And this morning, he's facing new charges.
Right now, you're looking live from Tarpon Lodge out on Pine Island, where we got a beautiful start. A little chilly for sure. Temperatures of 50 degrees in Pagefield, but low to mid-40s still showing up on the map. We'll talk about your warm-up and get you out the door here coming up at the bottom of the hour.
Live from Southwest Florida, you're watching Fox 4 Morning News.
It is just before 7:30 on this Tuesday morning. Thank you for watching Fox 4 Morning News. I'm Chris Shaw.
And I'm Lisa Greenberg. As the sun comes up, so will those temperatures. So let's go ahead and bring in certified meteorologist Trent Eric to talk about what is expected for today. Woke up chilly, but at least it's beautiful and those warm temperatures are coming.
Yeah, it looks nice, doesn't it? We've got beautiful blue skies there, Lisa and Chris, and our current temperatures right now are sitting in the low to mid of 40s. We've got 50s there along the coast, and that is a reading of 50 at Page Field. That's 4 below our average and nowhere near the upper 30s to low 40s we saw getting closer towards the Gulf over the weekend. You can see since yesterday we've warmed up 7 in Punta Gorda, 10 Naples, an 11-degree jump there along State Road 29, and you can see that wind is pretty calm. It will turn out of the south today, and as it does so, usually you pick up a little rain or a shower or two, but we are still so dry that all the green you're seeing popping in and out of the radar is false to return. Let's take you through the morning, early afternoon through sunset. You can see we finally pick up maybe a few fair weather clouds inland. Otherwise, it's quiet. And that'll be the same case tomorrow, where we might wake up with a little patchy fog. Hour by hour here, getting you through lunchtime. You'll see temperatures pretty comfortable there in the low 70s by noon. We should max out around 76, and we get warmer from there. And that entire 7 day is coming up here in just a little bit.
We will see you soon, Trent. Thank you. 7:30 is the time. A man charged with abusing children at a Cape Coral daycare is scheduled to be in court this morning.
Yeah, Bobby Holland is set to be arraigned in about an hour at 8:30. Cape Coral police arrested him last month. They say Holland's girlfriend ran the daycare out of a house and it was not licensed. Police tell Fox 4 a child came home with a note in their backpack that referenced the abuse, and that's how the investigation began.
Cape Coral police say they searched the house and they did a DNA test on Holland before he was arrested. They also shut down that daycare. And this morning he is facing 2 more charges of sexual battery on a child younger than 12 years old. Those were added last week. Court documents show Holland has pleaded not guilty. Of course, we will let you know what happens in court this morning.
State investigators charged 8 people, including a man from Cape Coral, with trafficking venomous snakes.
Florida Fish and Wildlife says they included some of the most dangerous snakes in the world, like vipers and cobras. Take a look at this video. This is from FWC. They say these are some of the snakes they recovered during this 3-year operation. Can obviously see some of them are aggressive. FWC says undercover investigators bought and sold nearly 200 snakes. One of the suspects is Paul Miller from Cape Coral. He's charged with falsifying documents. The agency says it's illegal to sell these snakes because they're so venomous.
These rules are in place for public safety and also to protect Florida's ecosystems. A lot of these animals could really be injurious to people, but also they're imported from all over the world, and they bring disease with them and could affect our natural habitat.
Now, he also says the snakes are unpredictable, which makes them even more deadly.
All right, take a look at your screen. These 2 people are charged with stealing packages from Lee County apartment buildings. The sheriff's office gave us video of 17 unopened packages. That's what you see here. Deputies say they were all stolen and found in Justin Marcez's car. Deputies say they found more inside his home. Deputies say Marcez and his girlfriend Amber DeBoard were arrested Saturday in Sanibel. Well, some downtown Fort Myers restaurants are still not open yet, but it's not because of hurricane damage. It's because they can't find workers.
That's why there is a job fair going on right now to help with that shortage. So from now until Wednesday, the Kearns Restaurant Group is holding this job fair. The company owns 8 downtown businesses like Capone's, Firestone Grill Room, and Downtown Social House. The group says it had a lot of employees before the storm, so they were able to kind of shuffle them around their multiple locations. But as time has passed since Hurricane Ian, they've run into other problems.
We're finding the challenges of we need to pull those individuals out of the restaurants back into their home base, and now that leaves open spots.
On top of that, she says some workers have left the area.
It's not that they found other jobs. They've gone back to New England, they've gone out. Well, you know, they've kind of scattered, kind of panicking.
She says there have been some people who have moved into Southwest Florida after Ian, so they're getting some interest from those people. We have more information about the job fair when you find this story on fox4now.com. Well, gas prices are inching up. AAA says in Lee County, the average price for a gallon of unleaded is 25 cents higher right now than it was a month ago. Take a look at your screen. The numbers on the top row are the gas prices today. The bottom numbers are the prices from a month ago. As you can see, Punta Gorda had the highest increase at 28 cents.
Meanwhile, more than 3 million cars in Florida are on the road right now with an unrepaired recall, and some involve dangerous defects. Investigative reporter Jackie Calloway from our Scripps station WFTS in Tampa is looking into why notices don't always reach drivers until it's too late and what's being done about this.
It just happened so unbelievably quickly. And my door was still open actually when the car blew up.
Sunny Farley credits fellow drivers for saving her life one night last November. Her Kia SUV caught fire as she drove down a Texas highway.
One of the guys said, "Get out of the car, it's on fire, it's on fire." And he got me out of the car, and I literally jumped out of the car, ran away from it.
The I-Team found Kia issued an urgent recall on Sunny's 2016 Sorento for a fire-related defect in September. But the recall notice didn't go out until November 11th. Sunny's car burned up 11 days later.
And we've never seen anything in the mail or online or been alerted to anything in terms of the Kia.
She's one of multiple owners who told me they didn't get a recall notice until it was too late.
I was completely unaware until it affected me.
Christine McGuire-Wolf had just dropped off her boys when the engine in her Kia SUV caught fire with her behind the wheel.
I don't think I can accurately describe how quickly it went up. It wasn't like this smoldering fire that took some time to catch. It went up almost instantly.
In Christine's case, the recall notice for her vehicle arrived in the mail days after the fire.
I don't think that there's a sufficient effort to get that information out there.
For more than half a century, the government required automakers to notify owners of safety recalls by mail only. The 55-year-old rule has never been updated. NHTSA started work on a new rule that would require manufacturers to issue notification by electronic means in addition to notification by first-class mail, such as emails or text messages to owners regarding defects. That was in 2016. The rule still isn't finalized.
It's a significant risk, and it wasn't communicated in a significant way.
That was Jackie Calloway reporting. Now, in March, federal regulators will take public comment on the proposed rule on recall notices. Then the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration will decide whether to implement the rule. Automakers may voluntarily contact owners electronically, but many do not.
4th and 4. Good protection, and the pass wide open. Touchdown, Lamb.
Boy, he was wide open. It was never really close last night. The Dallas Cowboys beat the Buccaneers 31-14 and ended Tampa's season. Dallas moves on to San Francisco next week. The Tampa loss also means Florida has just one team left in the NFL playoffs. Jacksonville will play Kansas City on Saturday.
And the lead up to the big game can be watched right here on Fox 4 this weekend. We have two heavy-hitting matchups as well. First on Saturday, the Giants and Eagles face off in an NFC East rivalry game in the city of brotherly love. That is at 8:15. And then on Sunday, you can see how the team that beat the Bucs fares as they play the San Francisco 49ers at 6:30. That's also right here on Fox 4. And Chris, you weren't here yesterday,
right?
But Trent was asking me if I thought that the Bucs were going to make it to the Super Bowl. And obviously, as a Bucs fan, you want to have hope. But I kind of had a feeling that things weren't going to go so well.
That game went like the entire season went. They just didn't look very good, and you couldn't really tell why. Couldn't really put your finger on what was going wrong.
But a lot did.
Yeah, a lot went wrong. Yeah, they just didn't play very well.
Yeah, between the way the Bucs played and the way the Cowboys kicker looked last night, that game was off at times for sure. Four missed PATs.
Yeah.
That was a rough one. Let's get you guys a look at what's going on outside. Beautiful weather here, a chilly one to start your day. We are waking up in the 40s in some spots. We'll let you know about the warm up and what we can expect here as we inch closer and closer to the upcoming weekend.
A new Alzheimer's drug is showing promise, but researchers say they need more information and certain people to test it. We'll tell you the volunteers they need. And at 7:38, here's a look at traffic hotspots.
Well, after the accident, I didn't know what was next for me. When I called Parental, it was immediately evident that they were about fixing the problem and solving the case. Fighting a giant with a giant is the best way to win the fight.
.42 is the time. Here's a look at some of the top stories we're tracking. Today, police are looking for at least 2 suspects in a shooting that killed 6 people in California. The victims include a 17-year-old and a 6-month-old baby. Police say the victims appear to have been targeted, and the deaths were meant to send a message. Investigators recovered another body from the site of a plane crash in Nepal. Recovery efforts have been slowed as search crews go through debris scattered down a nearly 1,000-foot gorge. 2 people are still missing, but they are presumed dead. 72 people were on that plane when it crashed on Sunday. Florida Highway Patrol says a driver responsible for a hit-and-run crash has been tracked down and arrested. It says 87-year-old Robert Moses is in the Charlotte County Jail this morning, accused of leaving the scene of a crash involving injury. Investigators say he was driving alongside Riverside Drive in Punta Gorda when he made a left turn and hit an oncoming motorcycle. Deputies say the victim is in the hospital right now with serious injuries. 8 people were shot at a block party while celebrating Martin Luther King Jr. Day in Fort Pierce. 1 person is in critical condition. Investigators say 4 others were hurt as people ran for safety. Deputies have not named any suspects.
Well, new Alzheimer's medication could be a game changer. That's according to the FDA. It gave the green light for several new medications to go through more testing. Scripps News health correspondent Lindsay Thies looked at two of the drugs and the push to get more minority patients to sign up to see how well they work.
Carol Turner arrives to a clinic at Eastern Virginia Medical School. She gets an IV that may contain the Alzheimer's drug lecanemab. The FDA gave accelerated approval to the treatment earlier this month for patients with mild cognitive problems or mild dementia. But Turner hasn't been diagnosed. She has no symptoms.
The population that we are right now targeting are much earlier, probably 20 years before they develop any symptoms.
Turner is in one of the next big clinical trials for lecanemab. It's called the AHEAD study. More than 70 research teams across the country are trying to recruit 1,400 participants, ages 55 to 80, with preclinical or early preclinical Alzheimer's. That's when someone does not show outward signs of the disease, but brain scans can show deposits of amyloid beta, a hallmark of Alzheimer's.
Maybe we need to move a little bit earlier to be able to bend the curve even much stronger than before.
About 1 in 8 people over age 65 have Alzheimer's. That includes Carol Turner's mom. She and her brother signed up for the trial because their father died from the disease.
It was something that we never thought we would hear because, there's nothing out here. Definitely not for our age. There's nothing out here. So we figured that would just be awesome. and as soon as it launched, we jumped on board.
Turner was the first Black participant to volunteer. She hopes many more Black individuals with family histories sign up too. Older Black Americans are twice as likely as older white Americans to have Alzheimer's or another dementia, and research has not been able to answer why. On top of that, there is a chronic, uneven number of Black Americans in clinical trials overall, including for new medicines. A Bloomberg News analysis showed only 2% of patients included in trials reported in the past decade were Black. In the previous Phase 3 lecanemab trial, the number of Black participants were dramatically lower than white participants. What all of that means, when drug makers are developing an Alzheimer's treatment, they're missing a full picture of how well that med works.
We really need to have participation from different walks of lives and also different races and ethnicities.
The AHEAD study will last for about 4 years, with results expected in 2028.
7:46 is the time right now. Take a look at your screen. We really need that sun to come up as quickly as possible. It is another cool morning here in Southwest Florida. This is a live look at the Naples Bay where things are clear, but it's a little brisk out there, Lisa.
Definitely is, but take a look at this video, Chris. This massive tornado that was caught on camera in Iowa. It's near the Williamsburg area. Now, the person who took this video says this tornado actually touched down and crossed over this stretch of Interstate 80. He says it would have hit him if he didn't see it. Scary stuff there.
Yeah, that part of the country certainly used to dealing with storms like that, Trent, though usually a little later in the spring, not so much this time of year, right?
Yeah, that far north in Iowa. You get them Texas to the deep south this time of year, what they nicknamed Dixie Alley. But yeah, that was a little unusual. And now on the backside of that low, you can see the snow kind of in the northern part there on the southern border there with Minnesota. As far as our weather here, the cold fronts have really taken a toll on our temperatures, especially over the weekend. Now, the good news is today we're starting to warm up. We're in the low to mid 40s here with some low 50s along the coast. These readings, even though it's 50 at Page Field, still 4 below our average of 54. And you can see the difference 24 hours is made. We're some 9 to 11 degrees warmer. And with calm winds later on today, they'll come out of the south between 5 and 10 miles per hour. Once that happens, we're going to start to warm up, and that trend will continue over the next couple of days. Typically, we see a southerly flow like that. We see a couple of showers at least showing up over the warmer Gulf Stream waters, and honestly, we're dry. Our dew points are so low that any green you're seeing show up on the radar is false return. These are the dew point values, some upper 30s here early this morning. Now we're hanging out around 40, and that's that cool, crisp air. It'll start to moderate in the days ahead, and part of that reason, wind coming in out of the south near 10 miles per hour. Your forecast does call for that high temperature of 76 today. Sunset time coming up at 5:58, and that reading of 76, well, It's right above our average, but nowhere near record levels of 87, going back to 43. Record low on this date, 36, back in 1951. You can see some of that warmth surging into the Tennessee Valley and the Midwest, where temperatures right now are just as warm in Chicago as they are in Orlando. Matter of fact, you look at Chicago, St. Louis, and Columbus, they're warmer than where they are in Jacksonville, Florida. All that is because of the wind coming around the backside of that high, feeding in some moisture around that cold front. We've got one area moving off the Canadian Maritime, and then that trailing cold front off the low, which is over Michigan, will continue to move off to our north. These storm systems are going to continue to stay well north of us here in the days ahead, and it's all thanks to that high pressure ridge keeping things very quiet and very dry. As a matter of fact, you see all the way through Wednesday afternoon just a couple of high-level clouds, as we're not expecting any type of significant rain. So after starting off in the mid to upper 40s later on today, right near our average in the mid 70s, and tonight we get a little warmer. Most of the state begins to moderate. You can see Pensacola, Panama City, some 10 degrees warmer than where we are here in Southwest Florida. And then tomorrow we get up near 80 degrees, and that warming trend just shoots on up, where Thursday will be in the low 80s. That jet stream going to ride off to our north. We talked about the storm systems tracking off in the Tennessee Valley and upper Midwest. That ridge is not going to budge for us. So as we look at your 7-day forecast, there are really no significant chances of rain. Our temperatures start to warm up here, and once they do, they're not going to move much. We'll be around 81 degrees there Friday into the upcoming weekend. Some clouds forecast there on Saturday. You also notice the overnight lows. They're going to come up in the low to mid 60s. That reading of 64 is 10 degrees above average, as once again here in 2023, we're going to go on a run here of above average temperatures.
It's like a scene out of Jurassic Park. I'm Jackie Ibanez with a look at the megaraptor fossils researchers are unearthing in South America. That's all straight ahead.
7:53 is the time. Welcome back. Right now, we're looking at an absolutely stunning shot from the Luminary Hotel, looking across the Caloosahatchee. A little chilly out there still, but warmer temperatures are on the way. We'll continue to monitor your weather in the next few hours.
Well, scientists are giving us a chance to go back in time nearly 70 million years and catch a glimpse of some of the prehistoric giants that once dominated the Earth.
Jackie Ibanez takes a look at new fossil discoveries researchers found in South America.
The steep mountainous terrain of Chile's Patagonia region is boasting some impressive dinosaur discoveries. Here, scientists have unveiled the remains of megaraptors, large meat eaters that roamed portions of South America roughly 70 million years ago.
The discovery namely consisted of rescuing fossils of teeth. And these pieces have a singular characteristic that let us interpret them as belonging to the megaraptor dinosaurs.
Also unearthed were the fossils of velociraptor-like dinosaurs researchers believe were covered in feathers. These types of prehistoric beasts, known as theropods, are closely linked to modern-day birds. This collection of fossils are the southernmost dinosaur remains found outside of Antarctica. Before their discovery, researchers say there wasn't much information about theropods existing in high-latitude regions of South America. Meanwhile, officials at the University of Chile say some fossils featured characteristics not found on similar raptors discovered in nearby Argentina and Brazil.
They belong to a quite special and enigmatic type of dinosaur because we still don't know for certain its taxonomic affinities.
Besides discovering fossils, archaeologists were able to learn more about the region's previous climate. Rock samples in the area showed a dramatic shift in temperatures, which crews believe may have been triggered by the meteor that wiped out the dinosaurs. Jackie Ibanez, Fox News.
And as we wrap up the hour here on Fox 4 Morning News, we're looking at a day that's going to be up around 76, sun-filled and nice, a little bit warmer. This is our average, and then overnight tonight will even be a little more mild. We'll wake up with the possibility of a little patchy fog. That's something we'll be monitoring here in the morning hours. And coming up here at the top of the 8 o'clock hour, we'll have a complete wrap-up of the forecast and look ahead at the weekend.
Coming up on Fox 4 Morning News at 8, a group of volunteers is working on Sanibel right now to clean up the shoreline.
And later today, city leaders will talk about some Ian-related issues that could help people who live on the island. That's coming up. Fox 4 Morning News at 8 starts in just a few minutes.
beach cleanup efforts happening this morning on Sanibel Island. I'll tell you how volunteers are working to get the beaches back to normal.
The last thing I would have expected was the Postal Service to come up short in this recovery effort.
People living on Fort Myers Beach say they are struggling because they're still not getting their mail. The answers they want this morning about when they can start getting deliveries.
And take a look at this. State investigators say they uncovered almost 200 illegally bought and sold venomous snakes. How they say a Cape Coral man was involved.
Live from Southwest Florida, you're watching Fox 4 Morning News.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for watching Fox 4 Morning News at 8. I'm Chris Shaw.
And I'm Amy Wegman. We saw some pretty cool temperatures over the past few days. Things are going to warm up a little bit today, but I think it's still cool if you step outside right now. That's just my take. Let's check in with the expert.
It's definitely still cool.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay. It's not just the Florida girl in me. So, Trent, what are we looking at today as far as weather goes?
Hey, little chilly start. Listen, you know I'd call you out if it was the case, but it is cool this morning for sure. We're sitting below our average along the coast, but we are warming up. Latest 8 o'clock obs coming in, and you can see Pagefield at 51. That's still below our average low of 54, and we've got low to mid 40s. Numbers continuing to slide into the computer. 43 Palmdale, 49 down in Ochapi. Even though this is still a little chilly, it's much warmer than where we were yesterday. There are no frost advisories, no winter weather advisories or warnings, as we are warming up by about 10 degrees. You look at the winds and they're calm now, but they'll be out of the south today, 5 to 10. And the radar is very, very quiet. Typically, when we start to see the wind shift like this, we'll get a couple of showers out over the open water, but not the case today. We're way, way, way too dry. And as we look at the forecast here for this afternoon, you will see mostly clear skies, few fair weather clouds this afternoon. Now, overnight tonight, even though we'll see mostly clear conditions, we could wake up to a little patchy fog tomorrow. As we go hour by hour, going to be cool there at lunchtime, but nice temperatures in the low 70s, maxing out around 76. We'll talk more about the weekend and the warm-up coming up in just a bit.
Sounds good, Trent. Well, this morning, the Sanibel Captiva Conservation Foundation is working to get beaches back to normal since the hurricane.
Yeah, so volunteers are cleaning up the West End beaches from Tarpon Bay Road all the way to Blind Pass as we speak. Fox 4's Alexandra Rangel is live this morning showing us how you can participate and how these cleanups are so important.
Good morning. The starting point this morning is Blind Pass Beach Park. It's a beautiful morning. Let me tell you, these volunteers couldn't have picked a better day to help with this effort. We have about 15 volunteers today. You can see them over there with their orange buckets and trash pickers. Their main focus is small pieces of trash, but let me tell you, I want Sean to zoom into this chair that you see here. This is some of the bigger pieces of debris these volunteers have picked up. They've kind of just piled it there. Now, the Conservative Foundation says these cleanup efforts help protect wildlife and people. Now, the beaches in Sanibel and Captiva have not been open to the public since Hurricane Ian, and the beaches will be a topic of discussion at this morning's City Council meeting. That starts in about an hour. Members will talk about rebuilding resorts and how many square feet those places will have to dedicate as recreational space if they decide to rebuild. Now, we'll be keeping a close eye on those issues as well as other issues that will be discussed in the meeting. That starts in about an hour. A busy day here in Sanibel and Captiva, so make sure to stay with us for those updates. For now, live in Sanibel, Alexandra Rangel, Fox 4.
Well, the town of Fort Myers Beach will start charging fees for permits again today. The town suspended the fees for a few months to help people recover from the hurricane.
This morning, the city of Cape Coral is collecting permit fees for hurricane-related repairs. City Council estimated that it's waived more than $1 million in fees from October 12th to December 31st and issued more than 13,000 permits. You can find information on how to apply for a permit online when you go to our website, fox4now.com. Florida Gulf Coast University will have a 12-part lecture series about water quality since Hurricane Ian. What you're looking at here is a video from yesterday's lecture. It was in Englewood. Speakers talked about the impact that fertilizer has on our water and the possibility of future algae blooms. Well, this morning, a man who lives on Fort Myers Beach says he's lost his patience when it comes to his mail in the post office. On top of everything that he's going through right now since Hurricane Ian, he says he's still not getting his mail. Fox 4's Calvin Lewis reports that there are other people who say they're going through the same thing.
The last thing I would have expected was the Postal Service to come up short in this recovery effort.
Fort Myers Beach resident Randy Woods is opening up about losing patience with the United States Post Office.
If I can't get my mail, I can't pay my bills.
And losing out on getting important documents and bills as he rebuilds after Hurricane Ian.
We've experienced that it's not all getting where it's supposed to go. And, you know, if you're trying to receive packages, you may not be able to get them. And then you have to find out a few weeks later where they ended up.
Where they've ended up is a good question. Like many buildings on Fort Myers Beach, the post office was destroyed. All that's left standing is a shell of its former self. According to the USPS, they have set up a temporary site for those in Fort Myers Beach to pick up their mail at the 6 Mile Cypress Annex building and at the Fort Myers Processing Center at Jetport Loop, both miles away from Woods.
I thought they could set up an alternate site right here within a couple of miles. I don't know what their requirements to establish a temporary post office are, but it just doesn't make sense to me.
The only deliveries being made are with FedEx, who we saw making deliveries during our interview with Woods. Everything else, he says, is now being sent to his wife's business, forwarding his mail there. The only issue with that, though,
now they're using our business address as my mailing address, and I'm right here with the mailbox.
Ready and waiting for his mail to be delivered, along with others on Fort Myers Beach, too.
I'm just asking for help for everybody, all the islands, people that don't live on the beach but have a beach zip code. I think it's worth saying something about.
Because it is a federal holiday, Fox 4 will work to get a comment from USPS when they are back open tomorrow. But for now, remaining closed. In Fort Myers Beach, Calvin Lewis, Fox 4.
All right, and Calvin will work to get those answers today. He filed that report last night. Take a look at your screen. These two people are charged with stealing packages. You saw them a second ago from the Lee County apartment buildings. The sheriff's office gave us video of these 17 unopened packages. Deputies say they were stolen. They say they found them in Justin Marcez's car. Deputies say they found more in his house. They also say Marcez and his girlfriend, Amber DeBoard, were arrested on Sanibel. That happened Saturday. The man who's charged with abusing children at a Cape Coral daycare is scheduled to be in court this morning.
Yeah, Bobby Holland is set to be arraigned in about 25 minutes.
Yeah, Cape Coral police arrested him last month. They say Holland's girlfriend ran the daycare. They say it was not licensed. Police tell Fox 4 that one child came home with a note in their backpack that referenced the abuse. And that is how this investigation started. Cape Coral police say they searched the house. They did a DNA test on Holland before he was arrested, and they also shut down that daycare. 2 more charges were added to his case last week, both sexual battery on a child under the age of 12. Court documents show Holland has pleaded not guilty. Of course, we're going to be monitoring the court this morning, and we'll let you know what happens. State investigators say they charged 8 people, including a man from Cape Coral, with trafficking venomous snakes. All right, look at this video. This is from Florida Fish and Wildlife. Agents tell us these are some of the snakes they recovered during this 3-year operation. They say undercover investigators bought and sold nearly 200 snakes. One of the suspects, Paul Miller from Cape Coral, is charged with falsifying documents. The snakes were some of the most venomous in the world, which is why FWC says it is illegal to sell them.
These rules are in place for public safety and also to protect Florida's ecosystems. A lot of these animals could really be injurious to people, but also they're imported from all over the world, and they bring disease with them and could affect our natural habitat.
And the agents there say that the snakes included vipers and cobras, which can, of course, be unpredictable and sometimes even deadly. This morning, we are hearing from the witness of a mass shooting at a Martin Luther King Jr. Day event. This was in Fort Pierce.
The first 2 shots were bang, bang, but then it started getting multiple shots. And there, about 1,500 people started running. I have witnessed 2 people got shot.
So as you heard, witnesses say shots were fired. This happened last night in a park there. St. Lucie County Sheriff says 2 groups of people got into a fight. 8 people were shot. One of them is critical.
There were people laying behind cars, laying behind anything they could lay behind. It was kind of hard to tell who was a victim and who was just hiding at that point. But our deputies did start to render aid on multiple people. There were people in the crowd that were rendering aid as well. And then there were some people that were loading people up in cars and taking them to the hospital as well.
At this point in the investigation, deputies have not said anything about the suspects in this case. In addition to those 8 people who deputies say were shot, they say another 4 were injured while running away from the scene. Well, yesterday was Martin Luther King Jr. Day, a day where, of course, we work to unite as one. But there was a disturbing discovery of hate in South Florida, as Boca Raton officials say anti-Semitic messages were distributed to homeowners that, of course, those are against the law. Boca Raton neighbors say packets with hate-fueled messages were thrown into their yard. They told our Scripps station, WPTV in West Palm Beach, the packet was put into a Ziploc bag filled with what appears to be pellets. But a Palm Beach County state attorney says criminal laws likely won't apply here because of the broad protection of the First Amendment and how specifically those flyers were written. Boca Raton police say investigators will determine what, if any, charges are applicable.
Kids are back in school this morning, and Lee County school resource officers say they are ready to handle any threat that they may have to deal with. Yesterday, LCSO went through simulations at Gateway High School. Other members from the sheriff's office trained along with them in the real-time intelligence center, and the tactical dispatch center was also part of this training. The sheriff's office says school resource officers do more than 100 hours of training every year.
Right now at 8:11, we're looking at the radar, and there's not a drop in sight. As we begin to warm up here, are we going to see a chance of rain? We're about 2 inches behind for the year. We'll let you know coming up on the other side of the break.
Righting their wrongs. This morning, Southwest Airlines has a plan to pay back all those customers who had cancellations and delays over the holiday season.
All right, 8:11 right now. If you're getting ready to head out the door, we want to get you a quick check of those traffic hotspots.
Well, after the accident, I didn't know what was next for me. When I called Parental, it was immediately evident that they were about fixing the problem and solving the case. Fighting a giant with a giant is the best way to win the fight.
Just now turning 8:15 on this Tuesday morning. Here's a look at some of our top stories. The International Atomic Energy Agency says it'll keep 2 people at every nuclear facility in Ukraine, and they should be in place within the next couple of days. Today, President Joe Biden will meet with the Prime Minister of the Netherlands at the White House. The 2 leaders are expected to talk about Russia's war with Ukraine and restrictions against China's ability to get advanced computing chips. The administration believes China could use them to make weapons of mass destruction.
Well, people living in portions of California are still dealing with extreme devastation because of flooding in the area. Reporter Orkro Mana gives us an inside look at several areas that had to be evacuated because of the waters.
I'm hanging in there, man. I'm hanging in there.
flooding leads to mandatory evacuations Monday at the Arbor Mobile Home Park in Acampo. Larry Rayburn has lived at this small apartment complex right next to the park for more than 20 years.
I'm in awe with, with all the stuff that's going on. It's terrible, the poor people in that trailer park.
Larry tells me previous flooding at the mobile home park has never impacted this apartment complex, but this time the flood water has seeped its way through and it's actually caused some damage.
We had 2 units up front that got water inside the units.
I'm trying to prevent that from happening right here.
Francisco Juarez is sweeping the floodwaters away from his unit. He's also trying to remove some of the water with a bucket.
Because there's too much water and there's really nowhere to throw it.
Still, he's doing what he can to protect his property.
If it gets any more, it's gonna start flooding into my house, into my apartment.
Several side streets near Highway 99 are submerged in water, including this part of Acampo Road. Highway 99 is also shut down due to flooding. Caltrans says it's closed in both directions from Peltier Road near Acampo to Turner Road in Lodi. I'm standing here on Acampo Road in San Joaquin County where the floodwaters have spilled onto the street. The water here, I would say, is about shin deep, and if we go this way you can see these 2 schools where the water is right up next to them. This is the Houston School and the Joe Cerna Jr. Charter School, again where that water has gone through the fence and is right next to the buildings. The conditions here are why the Lodi Unified School District has canceled classes for these 2 schools. While some had to leave their homes, those who didn't are counting their blessings.
I'm pretty thankful, believe me, because it could be worse.
And President Biden is heading out west to California this week, specifically on Thursday, to take a look at some of the areas most devastated by those floodwaters. The president, will travel to California's Central Coast to visit areas that have just been hammered by all of the rains and the rivers flooding. Biden will meet with first responders, state and local officials, and will survey current recovery efforts there. The atmospheric rivers have lasted for 3 weeks. As you just saw in that story, lots of heavy flooding, cutting power to thousands, taking over roads, causing landslides. And this is just a big issue right now that they're dealing with in California.
Well, take a look at your screen. This is a look at the extensive damage in Ventura County in California. You can see some of the aftermath of the flooding causing this flooding and the mudslide in one of those local neighborhoods. One home, at least, there severely damaged in this shot, and this is going to be a trend as the cleanup continues there in California. Now, they are going to get a little bit of a break there, and some good news coming in out of the West Coast. The drought conditions are pretty much all but gone now. Back here at home, we are behind the cold front and still a little chilly. Our temperatures this morning in the mid to upper 40s with low 40s still for Glades and Hendry County as we're about 20 after the hour. We've got low 50s along the coast. We're actually warming up. Sun's been up for an hour. 7:17 was that sunrise time. And as we look at the 24-hour temperature change, we're about 13 degrees warmer, 11 degrees warmer in LaBelle, the biggest jump along State Road 29, and along the coast we're about 7 to 8 degrees warmer. You look at that wind, it will start to turn out of the south today. Once that happens, we're going to start warming things up. We'll eventually see our temperatures in the low 80s in the days ahead. And as far as the forecast for rain, well, unfortunately, it's dry. We're about 1.8 behind for the year so far, or at least going back to December. So the dry conditions are something we're going to have to monitor. Our dew point value is still very low. That's one of the reasons we just don't have any clouds around today. And with the wind coming in out of the south, we should start to see a few fair weather clouds dotting the skyline. Your forecast calls for a high temperature of 76. Your sunset time coming up at 5:58. And the forecast of 76 today is right on track for our average, well shy of the record of 87 going back to 43. Record low on this date is 36. Look at the warmth surging across the Tennessee Valley. It's warmer in parts of Ohio, Indiana, and Illinois than it is in northern Florida this morning. And that's all because of these next few storm systems that are moving through. We've got one area low pressure moving off the Canadian Maritime, and then a trailing cold front around the parent low, which is over Lake Michigan, bringing some heavy rain rain across West Virginia and the deep south. For us, all those storm systems will track to the north. We're going to stay quiet. We'll stay mostly sunny and dry with our temperatures starting to rebound as well. As we look ahead towards tomorrow afternoon, it's dry from Jacksonville all the way down through the Florida Keys, and no significant changes there on Thursday. Look how the temperatures respond. We'll be up in the mid-70s here today, right on track for our normal, and we just keep getting warmer. 54 there tomorrow morning. We'll see our highs in the upper 70s to near 80, and by the time we get towards Thursday morning, we'll get around 60, and we'll finally see those numbers eclipse the 80-degree mark. We talked about that ridge building in, and that's going to keep these storm systems riding through the Midwest later on this week. We'll get another one that has the potential to spark some severe weather across Texas and Oklahoma, and again, all of this stays well to our north. So we're going to stay dry, we're going to stay warm, and you can see those temperatures remaining there in the low 80s. Once we hit it on Thursday, we stay there all the way through Monday. We could see a little more cloud cover there on Saturday to start the weekend, but we finally say goodbye to the cold stuff. Time right now is 8:21. We'll be right back.
Good morning and happy Tuesday to you, 8:24. If you're waking up right now, we want to give you a beautiful look outside, show you what you're dealing with today, and it's looking good to me. This is a live look at Naples Bay, not a cloud in the sky. You can see the water's a little choppy there. It's cool outside, but we're going to have warmer temperatures today than we've had the past few days. It is going to cool down again tonight. Trent said we're looking at about mid-50s, so just make sure to prepare for that. And that is exactly why St. Matthew's House says it's going to have its emergency shelters, open again tonight in Collier County. The Campbell Lodge in Naples and the Immokalee Friendship House will open up at 8 o'clock tonight, and you can stay there inside the shelter until tomorrow morning at 5 if you need to get out of the cold. Staff says they will have beds, pillows, blankets, and snacks for anyone that needs it.
Basically, we're going to welcome you in. You're going to come in, fill out some basic information just with a name, maybe a phone number in case we need to get in contact with you afterwards, but some real simplistic screening. And then we're going to give you a mattress, give you a blanket, and then show you where you can bed down for the night.
And here's the thing, if you don't want to stay inside the shelter, staff says that they will give you blankets and coats as well.
St. Matthew's House will also have food distributions every day this week. The locations in Collier and Lee counties are right here on your screen. They'll be at Naples Alliance Church starting at 10:30 this morning. The Alliance for Period Supplies of Southwest Florida delivered more than 51,000 feminine products to hurricane survivors at interfaith charities of Lehigh Acres, the Lehigh Acres Boys and Girls Club, and the Collier County Jail. You by Kotex donated everything to help more than 2,000 women and girls.
Cases of strep are on the rise in kids. I'm Jackie Ibanez with a look at what doctors say you can do to help keep the most vulnerable safe. That's straight ahead.
The Treasury Department warns that a fiscal crisis is brewing. One lawmaker calls negotiations to stop it a knife fight. I'm Alexandria Hoff in Washington, and I'll explain.
Live from Southwest Florida, you're watching Fox 4 Morning News.
Right now, we're looking live over the Caloosahatchee. You can see North Fort Myers there in the distance and no clouds on this shot as we got beautiful blue skies continuing. Our temperatures this morning are not quite as cold as yesterday, but still definitely chilly. You'll need the jacket as it's going to take a bit to warm up. We've got upper 40s from Moorhaven, Clewiston, all the way back through central DeSoto County. And you can see Northport with the reading of 49. To the south of there, we've got low 50s, and compared to yesterday, the biggest jump along State Road 29, but almost a 10-degree jump up from Arcadia southbound through Naples, where the winds are expected to turn out of the south today, 5 to 10 miles per hour. All the green you're seeing on the radar's false return. No clouds, no rain, as we continue to be really dry here across town. As a matter of fact, as we look at the computer model for the day ahead, we're expecting clear skies with a few fair weather clouds later on, and that's really about it. It's going to be a beautiful day. Temperatures up near our average, and we get warmer from this point on. We'll detail it all coming up in just a bit.
Well, the city of Cape Coral says it will start putting in a new traffic signal at the intersection of Del Prado Boulevard and De Navarro Parkway. They're putting this in because of an increase, they say, in traffic safety issues there. The city will only be allowing left turns from Del Prado and right turns from De Navarro Parkway while that work is being done. It is expected to be finished this upcoming Saturday. We are also working to get you some information this morning about a truck fire that happened on I-75 last night in Bonita Springs. Florida Highway Patrol says the truck hit a cable barrier and started smoking. Troopers say 2 people in that truck got out and they ran. Troopers have been looking for them this morning. This, of course, is a developing story. If we get any new information, we'll be sure to update you right away.
Fire crews had to put out 2 fires in St. James City at the same time. The Matlacha Pine Island Fire Control District posted these photos yesterday of a fire off of Blueberry Lane. They say it started from what was left from a demolished trailer. Firefighters say they got the flames out quickly and it caused no other damage. Now, at the same time, other crews went to a brush fire. They say it was caused by an illegal burn that got out of hand. There were no injuries at either fire.
All right, some big news for Babcock Ranch. The Punta Gorda community was named 2022's 5th top-selling community nationwide, not just in the state of Florida. This is according to RCLCO Real Estate Consulting Group. Babcock Ranch is the country's first solar-powered town with a focus on energy and water conservation. The community saw a 31% increase in annual home sales from 2021 to 2022, surpassing more than 2,600 homes being sold.
A Florida community college will get $1 million to help work on the nationwide nursing shortage.
No, we wanted to meet the demand, but in order to be able to hire additional nursing faculty, in order to be able to accommodate different space needs, more simulation space that we needed.
That's the Vice President of Academic Affairs for Tallahassee Community College. She says the money will come from a grant for nursing education programs. It'll help with recruitment, scholarships, and upgrades to educational tools. Well, cases of strep A are on the rise right now with children.
Yeah, doctors say that they're seeing more rare and deadly complications, unfortunately, related to these infections. Invasive strep A cases are already responsible for at least 2 deaths here in the U.S. and more than a dozen in the UK.
Fox News correspondent Jackie Ibanez shows us what doctors are telling parents to do.
On the heels of a CDC advisory warning parents about a rise in strep A infections among kids, health officials around the country are also sounding the alarm, citing a spike in the number of invasive strep A-related diseases impacting children.
Group A strep is a bacteria that normally colonizes our throat and our skin. However, if the child lacks immunity to that particular strain, the streptococcus can cause what's commonly known as strep throat.
While symptoms of strep throat can include extreme fever, muscle pain, sore throat, and neck swelling, Group A strep can also cause rare but potentially deadly invasive diseases.
For instance, a child could aspirate the bacteria into their lungs and it could cause pneumonia. The bacteria could also go from the throat into their bloodstream and infect the connective tissue below our skin or the muscles below our skin.
Because strep can spread between children in crowded spaces, health officials say school closures and mask wearing brought on by COVID-19 previously led to decreases in invasive strep-related diseases.
Invasive disease decreased by 30% in 2020.
Doctors advise not sharing eating utensils and practicing strict hand washing routines to help avoid getting sick. And because untreated strep A can result in serious conditions, doctors also recommend having your child take a strep test to rule out if they have a Group A strep or another strain. Jackie Ibanez, Fox News.
Well, a new study suggests a blood test could help determine if a patient with colon cancer needs chemotherapy. The study, published in the journal Natural Medicine, shows the blood test can detect small fragments of residual cancer cells in the body. The study showed people who tested positive for those fragments likely needed additional chemotherapy. And they needed that, doctors say, after surgery. One doctor not involved with the study says people who test positive for that residual cancer cell, they were 10 times more likely to have a recurrence than those who tested negative. That doctor said other factors have to be considered as well, the stage of the tumor and the number of lymph nodes that were impacted. Alcohol-related liver disease is on the rise among young adults. The CDC says alcoholic liver disease kills about 22,000 Americans every year. About 25% of those are deaths of people in their 20s, 30s, and 40s. A spokesperson for Mount Sinai Medical Center says he's seen an increase in alcohol-related liver disease in young adults, particularly in women since the start of the pandemic. Doctors suggest cutting back on alcohol, maybe have alcohol-free days or months if you could, and by alternating an alcohol-free drink when you are consuming beverages. So maybe have one drink and then have a water.
8:36 is the time right now. Smart technology is used in so many areas of our lives, right? Yeah. From our phones to our computers, and now it's being applied to guns.
Yeah, one company believes a personalized smart gun that uses fingerprint technology would make firearms safer. National correspondent Stephanie Sanibel, sat down with one of the co-founders to find out how all of this works.
A firearm that can only be shot by the authorized user in an effort to prevent accidental shootings. That's the goal, says Ginger Chandler, the co-founder of Lodestar Works, a company working to develop a smart gun that can be locked and unlocked 3 different ways, by fingerprint, a pin pad, and an app. The technology could help prevent gun-related deaths by unauthorized users. Chandler gave me a walkthrough on how it all works. They've done numerous tests, but Chandler agrees it's still not perfect.
It's just pressing a button to unlock and lock, except when your fingers are cold. So this would be when you would have to use something else, right? There it goes. This is why people, though, doubt the technology. That exact thing. That can't, when we go into production, that can't happen.
So you talk a little bit about people's concerns about not being able to unlock it. But like you said, there are technically 3 different ways to unlock it.
Right.
So why do you think that's still a concern for people?
I just got to prove all 3 ways work. I got to prove they're reliable, and I got to prove that under duress, could I even do the pin pad on the side, right? Probably not. And so the consumer who's going to buy this is the consumer that has a different concern. Maybe they're worried about small children in the house. So they're going, I'm willing to risk having to use 1 or 2 different ways to unlock this as long as my children can't unlock it.
We spoke to gun owners about whether they would consider buying one if it became available on the market.
I have a niece and nephew, and my husband is an armed guard, so if they're over, knowing that our guns are safe, locked up, if they were to pick one up, knowing that it's locked from an app would be, I like that. I love that idea, actually. I mean, I think that's great.
Others question whether the technology would actually work in a time of defense.
My initial impression was it seems cool and like it would be something helpful for safety, but it seems like if you're in the moment, it's another thing that you're really asking to fail because you're just adding electronics to a mechanical thing.
The National Shooting Sports Foundation says they're not opposed to the development of authorized user technology, but it does raise other red flags.
Where we have concerns about is if that becomes mandated technology, if that's something that states start to require that is on a firearm, and it presents several problems. First, for the manufacturers, it presents an issue of responsibility if that technology doesn't work as advertised.
Chandler says they're not giving up.
I will do all the testing that will make us comfortable that this firearm is going to work at a reliability level of our current firearms. Everybody thinks current firearms have no issues, but they do. Sometimes you go to pull the trigger and it doesn't work. We know after we launch this into the world, somebody is going to go on YouTube and tell you how to hack it and get around it. I just want that to take more than 10 minutes. If they have to wait 10 minutes is a long time. And if they can't figure it out, I think that it would pause, and we may prevent a suicide. We may prevent a child getting into a backpack when the mom's turned.
Walgreens will no longer limit how much fever medication people can buy over the counter. Last month, the company limited people to 6 products online because there was so much demand for the medicine. This winter's triple-demic of RSV, COVID, and the flu, on top of supply chain issues, made it difficult for pharmacies to keep their shelves stocked. Walgreens says it is confident it can now meet demand. Well, gas prices are inching back up. AAA says in Lee County, the average price for a gallon of unleaded is 25 cents higher now than it was a month ago. Take a look at your screen. The numbers on the top row are gas prices today. The bottom numbers are the prices from a month ago. Punta Gorda had the highest increase in Southwest Florida at 28 cents.
Well, Southwest Airlines wants customers to know what's being done to make sure its operations failures that happened over the holidays do not happen again. So the airline sent customers an email saying that it hired a consulting firm to assess what happened between December 21st and 31st, and that companies making recommendations for them. More than 16,000 flights were canceled during that time period. Southwest says most bags have been returned to owners and nearly all refunds have been processed. The company also says it will budget more than $1 billion to upgrade its technology systems.
Well, Congress will return from the holiday weekend today with a potential fiscal crisis brewing. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen says the country is on track to hit the debt limit by Thursday.
Yeah, and as Fox News correspondent Alexandria Hoff reports from Washington, lawmakers need to act to prevent the U.S. from going into default.
The United States has never defaulted on its debt. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen warned that even coming close would do a fragile economy irreparable harm. So if the limit is reached this week, the Treasury Department will resort to extraordinary measures.
Last-minute accounting and budgetary tools are poised to be deployed as soon as Thursday. Tactics to buy some time until Congress can pass legislation that will either boost or suspend the nation's $31.4 trillion borrowing limit. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen warned Congress in a letter that these, quote, extraordinary measures will be exhausted by June.
The debt ceiling is no doubt going to be a knife fight.
A new Republican-led House has signaled that it will only consider increasing the debt ceiling if spending cuts are secured.
If you had a child, you gave them a credit card, and they kept hitting the limit, you wouldn't just keep increasing it.
But Democrats in the White House say that they're unwilling to reduce spending on priority programs.
It is one of the basic items that Congress has to deal with, and it should be done without conditions.
Democrats argue that Republicans were on board with increasing the borrowing limit 3 times during the Trump administration.
Using the debt limit as a lever to gain some sort of political advantage or some policy change really doesn't work well for them and terrible for the American economy.
The nation's only credit downgrade was dealt back in 2011 under similar political conditions. Republicans had just won the House, President Obama was in office, and the impasse eventually led to the August 8th market crash.
The Treasury Department is again prepared to buy some time, so lawmakers do have several months to negotiate, but experts warned that if it were to come down to a default, that could plunge the U.S. and global economy into a deep recession. In Washington, Alexandria Hoff, Fox News.
Well, this morning, investigators will go back to work. They're searching for survivors of the plane crash that happened in Nepal. Dozens of people were killed. Leaders there called for a national day of mourning yesterday to honor the lives lost. On Sunday night, a twin-engine plane crashed into a river gorge. Actually, that happened Saturday night. The flight left from the capital city and crashed as it was trying to land at the new airport there, Pokhara. Police say right now the ground where that plane crashed is making it very difficult to get into and remove the victims. So far, rescue crews have found 68 victims, but the cause of the accident so far has not been determined. We're going to take a quick check of traffic hotspots at 8:44, and we'll be right back after a quick break.
Well, after the accident, I didn't know what was next for me. When I called Parental, it was immediately evident that they were about fixing the problem and solving the case. Fighting a giant with a giant is the best way to win the fight.
It is 8:47 on your Tuesday morning. Here's a look at some of the top stories we're following. Today, police are looking for at least 2 suspects in a shooting that killed 6 people in California. The victims included a 17-year-old and a 6-month-old baby. Police say the victims appear to have been targeted and that the deaths were meant to, quote, send a message. Florida Highway Patrol says a driver responsible for a hit-and-run crash has been tracked down and arrested. FHP says 87-year-old Robert Moses is in the Charlotte County Jail this morning, accused of leaving the scene of a crash involving injury. Investigators say Moses was driving on Riverside Drive in Punta Gorda when he made a left turn, and that's when they say he hit an oncoming motorcycle. Deputies say the victim is in the hospital with serious injuries.
Well, people from Iowa to Georgia are cleaning up damage this morning from strong storms. In Spalding County, Georgia, which is just south of Atlanta, a tornado destroyed some homes.
Yeah, reporter Tracy Pierre has given us a look at how one family is trying to pick up the pieces as they figure out what's next.
Our family link split up right now because we don't have a home. We don't have a vehicle.
Beth Meneses and her 2 teenage sons have lived at Pine Glen and Griffin for the last 2 years until Thursday when a tornado touched down.
At 4:33, we got the National Weather Service alert to take cover immediately, and I yelled at my kids to get in the laundry room, and within 15 seconds, the first tree hit the house.
She says it only got worse from there.
And we waited in the laundry room as more trees hit the house, and we felt the wind lifting our house.
As soon as the storm passed, Meneses says she and another neighbor who's also a nurse started checking for people who were hurt.
And dislocated shoulders, broken arms, a lot of scrapes and contusions, people that didn't have access to their medication, so their blood sugars were dropping or skyrocketing. And
by today, most of her neighbors have left, and now crews are cutting down trees and removing debris. But Meneses says they're still trying to figure out where they'll go.
The initial shock has worn off, and it's just awe. A lot of it's awe that, so many of us survived.
To see that for all those people. And look at this video. A tornado and hailstorm was caught on camera. This was in Williamsburg, Iowa. You can see that somebody caught video as the tornado basically goes across the street there in the distance. You can see hail falling, and we've been seeing a lot of tornadoes across the country lately.
Yeah, Trent, so this one in Iowa was yesterday, right? Is that system still causing some bad weather?
Yeah, it was on Monday. You can see the radar behind me here. The parent low with that one is off in the upper Midwest around Lake Michigan and Lake Superior. And the trailing cold front is now bringing some rain across West Virginia into the Tennessee Valley, losing a little bit of its punch, but definitely causing a little havoc there across the eastern seaboard. And over the next week or so, we've got the potential for more severe weather in the deep south. And of course, we'll monitor that. For us, we're watching our temperatures warm up. We're at 47 Arcadia, 48 in Punta Gorda, with low to mid 50s to the south. And as we look at our 24-hour temperature change, a almost 10 to 12 degree jump across the board, 7 in Northport and Arcadia. As this warming trend continues, we'll get warmer each day till Wednesday. Then we'll kind of max out, and we're going to stay there as our winds turn out of the south. They're kind of light and variable here this morning, but as we go throughout the day, that southerly wind will bring in more warmth and just a touch more humidity. No rain to worry about on the radar. If you see any green show up there, it's all false return. Dew point value is still really low, so it's cool, it's crisp, and today the wind will pick up near 10 miles per hour, giving us a nice afternoon. Your forecast for today calls for a high temperature of 76 with your sunset time at 5:58. That reading of 76 is almost exactly where we should be this time of year. And you can see the record low on this day was 36 back in 51. Record high is 87. Now the warmth is starting to return across the Tennessee Valley and deep south, where right now temperatures are just as warm in the Midwest as they are in the northern part of the state and right here in southwest Florida. And as this rain moves east, it will stay north of us. A high pressure ridge is going to block all these storm systems from moving through. And again, you can see what's left here of that cold front as it marches on off towards the east. What that ridge will do here today is provide us with a southerly wind, lots of sunshine, and then the same idea here as we progress through the middle parts of the week. Wednesday and Thursday, just a few high-level clouds. Otherwise, we're going to stay warm. You look at the temperatures, we'll be up in the mid-70s today, exactly our normal. Overnight tonight, we'll see normal lows, so we warm up even more. Then we get above average Wednesday into Thursday, and once we do that, a stretch of 80s, at least low 80s, will continue here for a bit. Here's how it looks in the 7-day forecast as we've got a little cooler weather here today. Overnight lows will be 10 degrees above normal here, sitting in the low to mid 60s. And once we sit there in the 80s, not going to move much. A little bit of cloud cover there on Saturday. Otherwise, a good mix of sun and clouds. Time right now as we approach 8:53. We'll be right back to wrap up this hour after the quick break.
Today, Grace Place in Naples will have its Hearts of Grace hunt. Children have painted hearts with positive messages and placed them in different parts of the county for people to find.
Yeah, Grace Place is known for different education programs like teaching children how to read and write. So this event will be this morning. It's at the Ritz-Carlton Naples from 9 to 11. So it starts in just a couple minutes. We've got the address there on your screen. It's the Ritz-Carlton Tiburon, just so you know, not the Ritz-Carlton Beachfront. We have the address there. The hearts, by the way, are all designed by children and volunteers at Grace Place. Well, today, the Military Heritage Museum in Punta Gorda will host an Iraq and Afghanistan Veterans Appreciation Day. All vets will be recognized in a ceremony and remembered for their sacrifice. They will be showing a documentary. If you want to attend, the address is there on your screen. It's on Marion Ave in Punta Gorda. It starts at 11 this morning and goes till 1. Iraq and Afghanistan vets go for free. Family and friends are also invited to attend.
Well, coming up on Fox 4 Morning News at 9, some downtown Fort Myers restaurants are still closed.
Yeah, but the hurricane isn't the only reason for the closures. We'll tell you what else is going on coming up next on Fox 4. A mass shooting at a Martin Luther King Jr. Day event in Florida. This morning, we're talking to some witnesses.
Crews are out on Sanibel this morning to clean up the beaches. We'll show you what they're running into. And some downtown Fort Myers restaurants still are not open, but it's not because of hurricane damage.
Live from Southwest Florida, you're watching Fox 4 Morning News.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for watching Fox 4 Morning News at 9. I'm Chris Shaw.
I'm Amy Wegman. We want to get right over to certified meteorologist Trent Eric, who's doing double duty for us today, checking out the traffic here in Southwest Florida. And we're learning of a crash that's going to cause a little bit of a jam this morning. What are you seeing?
Yeah, we have a photographer en route to get a little more information, but this is State Road 82 eastbound. So it's mile marker 138 there and I-75. As we have a report of 2 lanes blocked due to a crash, and this is right after Forum Boulevard. And you can see the delays already south there along Colonial as well. This is a very busy area in the morning regardless, and now we're kind of adding insult to injury. As far as what we've got here temperature-wise, we're cool, not as cold as the last couple of days, and at 9 o'clock we're warming up. We've got 62 in the Cape, mid-50s to the north, and compared to yesterday, it's almost a 10-degree jump with even higher values there along State Road 29. The wind is going to start to turn out of the south. Already this morning we're seeing a southeasterly flow, and with the wind south today, it's going to warm us up. No need to worry about rain. All the green you're seeing is false return, and that will be the case here throughout the day. We will see a couple of fair weather clouds inland today, otherwise dry. Same thing for tomorrow morning, where we could see a little patchy fog for your Wednesday commute. Otherwise, today is winter. We have got temperatures in the mid-70s right on our average here for this time of year.
All right, this morning we are hearing from witnesses that were near a mass shooting that happened yesterday on Martin Luther King Jr. Day. They were at an event in Fort Pierce.
The first 2 shots were bang bang, but then it started getting multiple shots, and there about 1,500 people started running. I have witnessed 2 people got shot.
So scary. This happened last night in a park. St. Lucie County Sheriff says 2 groups of people got into a fight and 8 people ended up getting shot. One of them is in critical condition.
There were people laying behind cars, laying behind anything they could lay behind. It was kind of hard to tell who was a victim and who was just hiding at that point. But our deputies did start to render aid on multiple people. There were people in the crowd that were rendering aid as well. And then there were some people that were loading people up in cars and taking them to the hospital as well.
Now, at this still early point in the investigation, deputies have not said anything about suspects. In addition to the 8 people who were shot, deputies say another 4 were injured as they ran away. Well, as kids go back to school this morning, Lee County school resource officers say they are ready to face any threat that they may come across. Check this out. Yesterday, LCSO had a training seminar where they went through simulations at Gateway High School. Other members from the Sheriff's Office trained along with them in the Real-Time Intelligence Center, and the Tactical Dispatch Center was also part of this training. The Sheriff's Office says school resource officers do more than 100 hours of training every year. All right, take a look at your screen. These 2 people are charged with stealing packages from Lee County apartment buildings. The Sheriff's Office gave us this video of 17 unopened packages that deputies say were stolen. They say they found them in Justin Marcez's car, and deputies say they found more packages inside his house. Deputies say Marcez and his girlfriend, Amber DeBoard, were arrested Saturday in Sanibel.
If you live on Fort Myers Beach and you're still looking to rebuild or repair your property, we're learning that the town of Fort Myers Beach will start charging fees for permits again, and that will start today. So those fees have been suspended to help people since Hurricane Ian hit. But again, if you are applying for permits starting today, you will be charged.
Well, this morning, the Sanibel Captiva Conservation Foundation is working to get beaches back to normal, beaches that had some damage from the hurricane.
Right, so volunteers are out right now, and they are working to clean up the beaches, the West End beaches in particular, from Tarpon Bay Road to Blind Pass. Fox 4's Alexandra Rangel is there this morning showing us how the cleanup's going and how it's helping.
The starting point this morning is Blind Pass Beach Park. We have about 15 volunteers spread out across the beach. They're carrying orange buckets and trash pickers. Their main focus is small pieces of trash, but let me tell you, I want Sean to zoom into this chair that you see here. This is some of the bigger pieces of debris these volunteers have picked up. The Conservation Foundation says These cleanup efforts help protect wildlife and people. Now, the beaches in Sanibel and Captiva have not been open to the public since Hurricane Ian, and the beaches will be a topic of discussion at this morning's City Council meeting. Members will talk about rebuilding resorts and how many square feet those places will have to dedicate as recreational space if they decide to rebuild. Now, we will be keeping a close eye on those issues, and we'll head over to that meeting and bring you updates throughout the morning, both on air and online at fox4now.com. Reporting in Sanibel, Alexandra Angel, Fox 4.
Appreciate their hard work. Thanks, Alex. Well, the city of Cape Coral will start putting in a new traffic signal today at the intersection of Del Prado Boulevard and De Navarro Parkway. They're putting this in because of traffic safety issues that are happening there. The city says this will, as the construction is happening, they're only going to allow left turn lane from Del Prado, and right turns from De Navarro Parkway. That's all while the work is being done. The work is expected to be finished by this Saturday. Well, students at the University of Georgia will be back in class today for the first time since a football player and a staff member died in a crash.
Yeah, it happened as they were leaving a celebration to mark the football team's national championship. Andy Cole spoke with a fan who spent time with the player just before his death.
After attending the championship celebration for Georgia's back-to-back national titles,
Camden started getting a little hangry, and we were looking for a place to kind of stop.
Sam Kramer and his 7-year-old grandson Camden stopped to eat before heading home to Cartersville.
Actually, had just sat down to get ready to order, and we noticed kind of a I don't want to say a commotion, but we noticed some folks that had started to kind of gather on our left side where we were sitting. As soon as I turned my head and looked, I saw who it was.
It was redshirt sophomore Devin Willock. And as a lifelong Georgia fan, Kramer knew he had to say hi.
I just kind of gave him a little bit of a fist bump. Hey, Devin, congrats and everything that's going on. And he turned and saw Camden sitting there, and Camden was sitting there kind of wide-eyed and looking up at him.
After chatting for a bit, Kramer said it was hard for Camden not to notice his championship ring.
I remember I just told Camden, I said, yeah, Camden, you have one, but he's got the real deal. That's when Devin, without even stopping and flinching, took the ring off and he gave it to Camden. And he said, yeah, man, here, I'd love to see what you look like in the ring. And Camden put it on.
Kramer said the minutes-long meeting felt like hours to Camden.
What really struck me was just the way that he embraced being with Camden.
He snapped a few pics of the encounter and posted them to Twitter. Willock saw it and replied with 3 red hearts, his final tweet. Then, hours later, tragedy. Athens Clarke County Police say it was just before 3 a.m. Sunday that the SUV he was a passenger in slammed into power poles and trees before crashing into an apartment. That accident killed Willock and the driver, football staffer Chandler LaCroix. The Athens Banner-Herald reports star offensive tackle Warren McClendon was also in the car. He has minor injuries, while another passenger is in serious condition.
If you had to talk to Devin's family, what would you say?
Yeah, my heart. My heart is broken for them. I just want you to know that you raised an outstanding young man, and that he will be missed.
A chance encounter that won't soon be forgotten.
Well, today our temperature is going to continue to climb as we're waiting on some warmth to return here, as we got another stretch of weather that's going to be at or above normal. We'll let you know what it all looks like in the 7-day forecast after the break.
There's a serious nursing shortage across the country, but one Florida community college may have found a solution. We'll tell you all about it.
The number of young kids accidentally eating cannabis has surged over the last few years. Coming up in today's Your Healthy Family, I'm showing you the conversations you should have to protect your kids.
All right, 9:09 right now. Let's get a quick check of those traffic hotspots.
Well, after the accident, I didn't know what was next for me. When I called Parental, it was immediately evident that they were about fixing the problem and solving the case. Fighting a giant with a giant is the best way to win the fight.
At 9:13, let's get a look at some of the top stories we're tracking for you right now. The International Atomic Energy Agency says it will keep 2 people at every nuclear facility in Ukraine. It says they should be in place within the next couple of days. Today, President Joe Biden will meet with the Prime Minister of the Netherlands at the White House. The 2 leaders are expected to talk about Russia's war with Ukraine and restrictions against China's ability to access advanced computing chips. You see, the Biden administration believes China could use them to make weapons of mass destruction. And California is expected to stay mostly dry starting today, but forecasters are already keeping an eye on another possible storm. Winter storm warnings and advisories are in effect for mountain areas. A possible 10th storm of the season could hit Northern California tomorrow, but is only expected to bring light rain.
9:14 right now. We are still seeing so much help coming in nearly 4 months after Hurricane Ian devastated Southwest Florida. And it's coming in different forms. The Alliance for Period Supplies of Southwest Florida delivered more than 51,000 feminine products to hurricane survivors at interfaith charities of Lehigh Acres, the Lehigh Acres Boys and Girls Club, and the Collier County Jail. The products were all donated by you by Kotex and will help more than 2,000 women and girls here in Southwest Florida. Walgreens is no longer limiting purchases of over-the-counter fever medication for kids. In December, the pharmacy put a limit on online purchases. You could only buy 6 products at a time, and they did that to try and keep up with the demand. We saw the triple-demic, of course, RSV, COVID-19, flu, so those products were flying off the shelves. But Walgreens now says it can confidently meet demand.
A new study shows the number of young kids accidentally eating cannabis has gone up dramatically between 2017 and 2021. And in today's Your Healthy Family, doctors think it could be even worse now.
It's easy to see how a child might confuse candy from a convenience store with a package of candy containing cannabis.
Unless you really carefully look to see that the name is just slightly altered and then there's a little marijuana leaf on it, you won't know.
Dr. Michelle Arzubi-Hughes works as a pediatric emergency physician in Norfolk, Virginia. She says she's treated kids as young as 2 who are experiencing the effects of accidentally eating cannabis. And this is a problem across our country. A study just published in the journal Pediatrics shows the number of young kids accidentally ingesting cannabis went up by nearly 1,400% between 2017 and 2021. And Dr. Arzubi-Hughes says it might be even worse now.
I've definitely seen an increase in these children presenting with an overdose.
So what happens if a child eats cannabis edibles? She says symptoms are similar to what you'd see in an adult who's high. Sleepiness, confusion, increased appetite. But it can also be more serious, like trouble breathing and rapid heart rate. She says if parents have cannabis edibles, treat them like prescription medication. Lock them away, out of reach from kids. She also says she's even talked to her own children about the dangers and encourages other parents to do the same.
I said, but you are not allowed to get candy from any of your friends unless you bring the packaging first. I'm a big believer in being open with your children.
That doctor also says it's time for manufacturers to change the packaging so it's not so similar to popular candy brands. For Your Healthy Family, I'm Lisa Greenberg, and for more health stories, head to fox4now.com/yourhealthyfamily.
All right, thanks, Lisa. Well, one Florida community college is working to try and address the serious nursing shortage that we're seeing across the country, and they're getting $1 million to try and improve their program.
No, we wanted to meet the demand, but in order to be able to hire additional nursing faculty, in order to be able to accommodate different space needs, more simulation space that we needed.
So that is the Vice President of Academic Affairs for Tallahassee Community College, or TCC, and she says the money is coming from $1 million grant for nursing education programs throughout the state of Florida. The money will help with recruitment, scholarships, and upgrades to educational tools.
Right now at 9:18, as we look live across the Caloosahatchee, it doesn't get much prettier than this. You got the beautiful water, the beautiful blue skies, and there's not a cloud in sight. And while we were off to a chilly start, not quite as cold as the last couple of mornings where we had frost advisories and some freeze warnings, we were still in the low to mid 40s. We're warming up nicely now. Remember, Saturday and Sunday, we only reached 62 for a high. We're already in the low 60s from Immokalee southbound through Marco, and we're still 3 hours away from noon. You see, compared to yesterday, it's a 10 to 13 degree jump. So all of us getting a little bit warmer here, and this will continue for another day or so before we settle in above average in the low 80s. Our wind, you can see, is starting to turn. It's out of the southeast. It'll be south later on, and we should see the winds right around 10 miles per hour with the occasional gust in the teens. As far as the radar, all the green you're seeing is false return. We're going to be simply too dry to pick up any type of rain. As you can see, the dew points are already starting to come up a little bit. These numbers are now in the mid 40s to around 50. That's going to make it feel comfortable outside and very, very nice. The wind today will be right there near 10. A very pleasant day with temperatures in the mid 70s. Our average is 75. Sunset time coming up there at 5:58. You can see the almanac showing how close we are. Our record high on this date is 87, back in 43, record low in 51, up 36 degrees. So check this out. It's 53 right now in Orlando, and it is warmer than that in Nashville, Tennessee, as that warmth is surging inland. 62 Little Rock, we got 40s in St. Louis, and the reason we've got this ridge of high pressure. As we've been tracking eastbound the last couple of days, we were talking about this return flow, and that's going to push our temperatures above normal. Now, we've got one area low pressure towards Nova Scotia, another one over the Great Lakes, and that trailing cold front is bringing some wet weather across the Carolinas and Virginia. And as we transition here throughout the afternoon, very, very quiet. We are not going to see much as far as cloud cover over the next 48 hours or so. Matter of fact, let's get you over to the temperatures, where after starting in the mid 40s today, we're going to go up in the mid 70s. Then by tomorrow morning, right along our average of 54, and then we'll be in the upper 70s, close to 80. And by the time Thursday gets here, we'll be above average in the morning and above average in the afternoon, with low 80s returning here to South and Central Florida. Here's how the upper level pattern shapes out. You can see a couple of storm systems riding through the central part of the U.S. We'll pick up a more significant one here that could spark some severe weather later on over the weekend and next week. So that train of storm systems will continue to deliver the rain north of us. So dry in the meantime. If you're heading out on the water temperature down to 61, seas foot or less there with a light chop on the inland waters. As we look ahead at the next 7 days, you see we're going to be up there in the low 80s Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, with overnight lows in the low to mid 60s.
There's a couple of guys on the bleachers, like at the top, like laughing, and I could like see them making fun of me, and there's people posting online like a girl shouldn't run for king.
But that did not stop this high school student from making homecoming a night she will never forget. We'll show you what she did. Florida state senators will talk about expanding the parental rights and education bill when lawmakers have their session this spring.
Yeah, but no matter what happens, a Florida high school student and a member of the LGBTQ community says she will not let it knock her down.
Education reporter Stephanie Susskind with our Scripps station WPTV in West Palm Beach shares her story of standing out and fitting in.
Homecoming may have been months ago here at West Boca High School, but winning Homecoming King as a female left a lasting impression on Taylor, showing her it was bigger than that one moment.
Look at me now, after you signed that.
As a member of the LGBTQ community, Taylor Edelman says she wasn't thinking too much of it when she and a friend decided to run for Homecoming King and Queen, until she got some backlash.
There was a couple of guys on the bleachers, like at the top, like laughing, and I could like see them making fun of me, and there's people posting online like a girl shouldn't run for king, and a lot of people reposting it and like agreeing, and then that's when I realized like if I'm getting hate, I'm clearly doing something, you know, right. Like I'm doing something that I should be doing.
She campaigned just like any other king candidate, and then it was homecoming night.
King is Taylor!
It was insane. I don't even know how to like express that emotion. It felt like a dream.
What did that mean to you?
A lot, and it meant a lot to other people too. I had like a lot of support afterwards, which was really cool. It blocked out everybody that was hating. It was awesome.
What made it more significant to Taylor, her win, was on the heels of the state passing the Parental Rights and Education bill, known to critics as Don't Say Gay.
How have things like that impacted you?
It makes me feel closeted almost. It makes me feel smaller, that people can't express like how they feel.
But now,
one of the first thoughts in my head was I just stepped all over that bill, and it being written in the same year that I won just made it like 10 times better.
But I've got her crown mounted above her bed, and I've got her banner hanging next to her TV, and I'm super proud.
While her dad says he had some concerns for the reaction from others at first, love for his daughter melted that away.
She's taken the step to step outside the bounds of the norms, to be herself, be true to herself, that she's got a voice, she's got the intelligence, and she's got the popularity to get to where she wants to go. All that, and she's got a loving home and environment to grow out of.
Taylor hopes this can show others they don't have to be afraid to be who they are.
It's been amazing. I'm so happy that like it could happen, and not even just because I won, but like I feel like a lot of people really need to like see that like they can do it too.
Better Treatment for Veterans will show you what's happening today that will make it easier for vets to get the help they need. Plus this.
I'm shocked. This is a wonderful neighborhood.
A Florida neighborhood is dealing with hate speech this morning. We'll take you there to show you what people are doing about it.
From Southwest Florida, you're watching Fox 4 Morning News.
Right now, you look live here from the Bayfront Inn down in Naples. We got a beautiful start. You see some boats there on the Naples Bay, and why not, right? Temperatures this morning, although a little chilly, not quite as cold as the last couple of days where the water was really quiet. Our temperatures are in the mid to upper 50s from Arcadia southbound, and then low 60s from the Cape all the way through Marco. You see the temperature change, about a 10-degree jump, so much warmer as this warming trend has begun, and that wind will continue to turn out of the south today, 5 to 10. Radar is really quiet. Any type of green you're seeing is false return, and we're not expecting much here over the next couple of days. Let's take you through the forecast as we go throughout the afternoon. Clear skies, barely a cloud in sight, maybe a few fair weather clouds dotting the skyline inland. And then as we look at your forecast here hour by hour throughout the day, warming up nicely, we'll eventually be up around 76, 77 degrees, which is just a touch above that average of 75.
Well, this morning, Florida Highway Patrol says they're looking for two men who they say ran off after their pickup truck caught on fire on I-75. So this happened just north of Immokalee Road in Bonita Springs last night. Look at all that traffic it caused. Quite the backup. FHP says the driver and the passenger drove off the road, hit a cable barrier, and the truck started smoking. That's when they say the car caught on fire, and they say the two ran. This is a developing story. Again, they are still looking for those two people. As soon as we get more information, we'll be sure to let you know. Fire crews say they had to put out two fires in St. James City at the same time. The Matlacha Pine Island Fire Control District posted these pictures yesterday of a fire on Blueberry Lane, which they say started from the debris of a demolished trailer. And they say the flames were put out quickly there. No nearby homes were damaged, but at the very same time, they had to send another crew to a brush fire in the area. They say that one was caused by an illegal burn that got out of hand. Luckily, there were no reports of any injuries. It's 9:32 right now. A man charged with abusing children at a Cape Coral daycare waived his arraignment in court this morning.
Cape Coral police arrested Bobby Holland last month. They say Holland's girlfriend ran a daycare out of a house and it was not licensed. Police tell Fox 4 a child came home with a note in their backpack that referenced the abuse, and that's how the investigation began.
Cape Coral police say they searched the house. They did a DNA test on Holland before he was arrested. They also shut down that daycare. This morning, Holland was facing two more charges of sexual battery on a child younger than 12. Those charges were added last week, and court documents show that Holland has pleaded not guilty. Some downtown Fort Myers restaurants are still not open because they're still dealing with damage from Hurricane Ian.
Fox 4's Colton Chavez shows us it's because they can't find enough workers.
In downtown Fort Myers, 3 months after Hurricane Ian, window shopping has become less about what's inside and more about simply what's open.
People are coming to Social House and they're walking up a couple flights of stairs trying to get to the rooftop bar and not understanding that, we're not open there, but we're open here.
Marissa Gandy works for the Kearns Restaurant Group, a company that owns 8 downtown businesses such as Capone's, the Firestone Grill Room, and Social House. The location where a 3-day job fair running from 10 to 5 aims to bring in more employees.
Some had more damage than the others, so we were able to take our core group from those restaurants and transfer them.
Gandy tells me they transferred employees to whichever of the 8 businesses were able to reopen. But as time went on,
we're finding the challenges of we need to pull those individuals out of the restaurants back into their home base. And now that leaves open spots.
Open spots that used to be filled by employees that Gandy says Hurricane Ian forced out of the area.
It's not that they found other jobs. They've gone back to New England. They've gone out. They've kind of scattered, kind of panicking.
And for the Kearns Restaurant Group, those worries could only get worse as Firestone is taking this time to renovate. And you can almost feel a sense of urgency down here in downtown Fort Myers. Sign after sign promises of reopening. And for places like Firestone, they tell me they use this opportunity to come back better than they were before.
They put a lot of work into kind of revamping it.
A new look, but with no new promises there will be enough workers to actually reopen when ready. It's why the restaurant group is hoping to find solutions and find those looking for work.
I'm actually new in town. I'm from Texas.
Alexandra Drake, a bartender from the Lone Star State, said she moved to Fort Myers to be closer to family, where she hopes handing in an application will land her a job.
Kind of seems to have a lot more opportunities because all these people are coming back together.
And if you're interested in applying, the Kearns Restaurant Job Fair again is running through Wednesday. In downtown Fort Myers, Colton Chavez, Fox 4.
Big news for Babcock Ranch. The Punta Gorda community was named 2022's 5th top-selling community nationwide. This is according to RCLCO Real Estate Group. Babcock Ranch is the country's first solar-powered town with a focus on energy and water conservation. The community saw a 31% increase in annual home sales from 2021 to 2022. They surpassed more than 2,600 homes sold.
Well, state investigators charged 8 people, including a man from Cape Coral, with trafficking venomous snakes. Take a look at this video. It's from Florida Fish and Wildlife. Agents tell us these are some of the snakes they recovered during a 3-year operation. They say undercover investigators bought and sold nearly 200 snakes. One of the suspects, Paul Miller from Cape Coral, has been issued a summons to appear in court in connection with the investigation that's called Operation Viper. The snakes were some of the most venomous in the world, which is why FWC says it's illegal to sell them.
These rules are in place for public safety and also to protect Florida's ecosystems. A lot of these animals could really be injurious to people, but also they're imported from all over the world, and they bring disease with them and could affect our natural habitat.
Agents say the snakes included vipers and cobras, which can be unpredictable and deadly.
Well, despite all of the work that's been done since the civil rights movement for equality, we still see hate speech turn up sometimes in neighborhoods across the country and across Florida. Fox 4 has been following a recent rise in anti-Semitism here in our state. Danielle Seat with our Scripps station WPTV in West Palm Beach spoke with people in Boca Raton in one neighborhood about some really concerning flyers they found in their yards.
Found this on my property. This is disgusting. I don't understand why this is happening here.
As this Boca Raton resident was pulling into his home, he says he was startled to find such hateful words thrown into his neighborhood.
I'm shocked. This is a wonderful neighborhood.
Driveway after driveway, countless bags left sitting outside these people's homes. We've blurred out the message contained in the packets. It was inserted into a Ziploc bag also filled with what appeared to be pellets.
There were a bunch of driveways that had it on there.
A couple streets down, another upset homeowner.
I just don't like that kind of hate around our neighborhood.
Who says the message will be disposed of, but the other contents inside have her concerned about the safety of curious children and animals who come across them.
I'm just so worried because in our neighborhood, we have a lot of dogs, a lot of people who walk their dogs, and we have a lot of kids, toddlers, and who knows what's in there.
Boca Raton police tell us they are investigating, but say there's no evidence that the pellets that are inside the packets are toxic. Anti-Defamation League Regional Director Lonnie Wilkes says this is all part of a rising trend of anti-Semitic rhetoric, and that's based on their research statewide.
In 2020, we saw a 40% increase in anti-Semitic incidents. In 2021, we saw a 50% increase over the previous year.
He says that the contents that are inside the packets are concerning, but his message is clear.
We are unified against hate. We are unified against bigotry, and anti-Semitism has no place in our community.
Well, today the Military Heritage Museum in Punta Gorda will host an Iraq and Afghanistan Veterans Appreciation Day. All vets will be recognized in a ceremony and remembered for their sacrifice. They will also show a documentary. The address is here on your screen. It starts at 11 this morning and will go until 1. Iraq and Afghanistan vets can go for free, and family and friends are also invited. The Department of Veterans Affairs now says U.S. military veterans can get free emergency care if they're in a suicidal crisis. So starting today, the treatment can be at any health care facility. Veterans do not need to be enrolled in the Department of Veterans Affairs system to get this treatment. Vets can dial 988, then press 1 to connect to support at any time. The VA wants to reduce the national veteran suicide rate by 20% by the year 2025.
This morning, investigators say they're going back to work, searching for survivors of that plane crash that we saw happen in Nepal over the weekend. Dozens of people were killed. Leaders there called for a national day of mourning yesterday to honor the lives lost. If you remember, a twin-engine plane crashed into a gorge there on Saturday. The flight left from the capital city, and it was trying to land at a new airport in Pokhara when it crashed just a mile away. Police say right now the ground where the plane crashed is making it very difficult to recover victims. So far, they have been able to rescue and recover, I should say, 68 bodies, but the cause of this accident still has not been determined.
I want to make sure you know that St. Matthew's House will have its emergency shelters open again tonight in Collier County. The Campbell Lodge in Naples and the Immokalee Friendship House will be open from 8 tonight until 5 tomorrow morning. Staff will have beds, pillows, blankets, and snacks for people.
We're going to welcome you in. You're going to come in, fill out some basic information just with a name, maybe a phone number in case we need to get in contact with you afterwards, but some real simplistic screening. And then we're going to give you a mattress, give you a blanket, and then show you where you can bed down for the night.
And if you don't want to stay at the shelter, staff can also give you blankets and coats. St. Matthew's House will also have food distributions every day this week. The locations in Collier and Lee counties are right here on your screen. They'll be at Naples Alliance Church starting at 10:30 this morning.
Right now, temperatures this morning starting to climb. We're in the upper 50s to low 60s after hitting only 62 over the weekend. We'll talk more about this awesome warm-up coming up after the break.
We're rowing across the ocean for the oceans.
Yeah, we're going to introduce you to the women on a 3,000-mile mission to raise awareness for ocean conservation. It's 9:41. We do also want to get you a quick check of your traffic hotspots.
Well, after the accident, I didn't know what was next for me. When I called Fair and Fair, it was immediately evident that they were about fixing the problem and solving the case. Fighting a giant with a giant is the best way to win the fight.
(9:45) on your Tuesday morning. Here's a look at some of our top stories today. Police are looking for at least 2 suspects in a shooting that they say killed 6 people in California, and the victims include a 17-year-old and a 6-month-old baby. Police say the victims appear to have been targeted, and the deaths, they say, were meant to, quote, send a message. Investigators say they recovered another body from the site of a plane crash in Nepal. Recovery efforts have been slow as crews search through all of this debris. It's scattered down a nearly 1,000-foot gorge. 2 people are still missing. They are presumed dead at this point. 72 people were on that plane when it crashed. Florida Highway Patrol says the driver responsible for a hit-and-run crash has been tracked down and arrested. FHP says 87-year-old Robert Moses is in the Charlotte County Jail this morning. He's accused of leaving the scene of a crash involving injury. Investigators say that Moses was driving along Riverside Drive in Punta Gorda when they say he made a left turn and hit a motorcycle. Deputies say the victim is in the hospital with serious injuries. Well, police say 8 people are recovering this morning after being shot at a block party while celebrating Martin Luther King Jr. Day. This was in Fort Pierce here in Florida. We're told that 1 person is in critical condition. Investigators say 4 others were hurt as they were running for safety. Deputies so far have not named any suspects.
Florida Gulf Coast University will have a 12-part lecture series about water quality after Hurricane Ian. There was one yesterday in Inglewood. Speakers talked about the impact fertilizer has on our water and the possibility of future algae blooms. 4 Florida women are about to take a 45-day, 3,000-mile trip across the Atlantic Ocean, and they're going to row the entire way. Sean Daly with our script station WFTS in Tampa shows us why they're doing it.
We are Salty Science. We're 4 marine scientists, and we're rowing across the ocean for the oceans.
4 women, all marine scientists, attempting the ultimate in physical and mental endurance to raise money and awareness for ocean conservation.
So about 11 months left before it's go time in the Canary Islands.
In a little less than a year, Noelle, Lauren, Isabel, and leader Chantal, 3 generations of USF academics, will attempt the Atlantic Challenge, 3,000 miles rowing across the ocean, about 45 days. They will never leave this tiny rowboat named Emma. Emma has no engine, no bathroom. And this is where they sleep. One at a time, unless it's bad weather, and then it's a party. I hopped aboard the Emma to meet these remarkable women. They'll be rowing 12 hours a day. I was gassed after about 10 minutes. They are a lesson in bravery, but not without their fears. Isabel isn't crazy about the ocean at night.
And there's going to be a lot of darkness and a lot of not seeing land.
For Lauren, she can't get overwhelmed by the journey.
If you spend all of your time thinking about how much more rowing you have to do, you might drive yourself a little bit crazy.
But this challenge is for the greater good and for a greater future.
The oceans are facing a lot of threats right now, from climate change to overfishing, and we need people that can solve those problems, so we want to train the next generation.
They're pretty awesome. Good for them. Well, the Southwest Florida Climate and Community Initiative is having a summit this morning to talk about climate challenges as well as solutions.
Now, registration is sold out online, but you can still register in person. There will be local and national experts there. It'll go until 2:30 this afternoon at the Arthrex One Conference Center in Naples. All right, now take a look at this video we're about to show you. It's from California, and it shows the moments a road collapsed and started to slide away down that hill. It happened because of all the rain in that part of the state. This is in Pescadero, which is near San Jose. The ground is oversaturated from weeks of storms, and there's a risk we could see more of this.
Yeah, and check out, these are aerials from up the road in San Joaquin County. Mass flooding across this neighborhood. You can see that neighborhood and nearby mobile home parks just completely underwater. Some of the areas had to be evacuated. About 175 people were forced to leave their homes. And to make matters worse, a nearby highway was shut down entirely because of flooding. So getting out, as you can imagine, was very difficult. State officials say 19 people have died across Northern California from the intense rain and the last few weeks of flooding.
And it's bad in Palm Springs right now as well. Take a look at this video. A truck submerged in the water there. Firefighters say the driver tried to go around an area that was closed off, and that's when the truck took on the water. The driver was able to get out and cross through all that water on his own.
Yeah, so we want to bring in meteorologist Trent Eric now. We're seeing a lot of severe weather in other parts of the country. We've got tornadoes in Iowa and Alabama, and then the flooding in California. Are they going to get a break?
Yeah, it looks like they'll get a little bit of a break. The storm system just kept tracking over the same area, and all that moisture was available there from the Pacific. And you can see the radar imagery showing that rain coming to an end between San Fran and Los Angeles. The good news, the silver lining, is all the drought conditions have pretty much been erased there for California. The reservoirs are filling up after a lot of concern over the last couple of years. So they just got too much too fast, and unfortunately now they got to clean up. As far as our temperatures here, we're in the 60s now, except for Punta Gorda, Port Charlotte, and Arcadia, which are still in the upper 50s. And as we go throughout the day, we're going to see our temperatures warm up quite nicely. Over the weekend, we only reached 62 Saturday and Sunday. And you can see this morning from 24 hours ago, it's about a 10-degree jump as the wind is pretty light. It'll continue here out of the southeast and eventually south today. That will bring in more warmth and just a little more humidity. And the wind should stay right around 10 miles per hour for a majority of the afternoon. The radar sweeping around showing quiet conditions. If you're to see green today on the radar or maybe your app on your phone, it's all false return. Our dew point values are still in the 40s. Very comfortable when you step outside, and it's going to stay that way here for the next couple of days. There's that wind near 10, and as it turns to the south, will help push our temperatures up near 76 degrees. All sunshine with that sunset time coming up at 5:58. The almanac shows the records on this date of 36 for a low back in 51, record high 87 going back to 43, and we've got warmth that's surging here through the Tennessee Valley. Right now it's 59 in Nashville, 62 in Little Rock, and as this ridge holds on strong, it's going to keep all the storm systems riding on off to the north. And right now you can see that parent low with the trailing cold front bringing some rain across the mid-Atlantic. As the storm systems stay north, we stay quiet. Nice and sunny here for this afternoon, and looking ahead towards your Wednesday and Thursday. We'll start off tomorrow, maybe a little patchy fog, and in the afternoon, a couple of high-level clouds just to dot the skyline, but otherwise staying really quiet through Thursday. Look how the temperatures respond. After starting in the 40s, we'll go up in the mid-70s, and eventually tonight, right near our average in the mid-50s before getting up closer to 80, and we should stay above average all the way through the rest of the week into the weekend, where we'll sit in the low 80s. And again, it's all thanks to this ridge. We've got one storm system moving through here on Wednesday, Thursday, another one riding north of that, the Tennessee Valley, and that ridge is just hanging on strong. So if you're heading out on the water today, it's going to be beautiful. Water temperature, though, a little chilly at 61. Seas foot or less, and as we get you over to the 7-day, here comes the warmer temperatures, and once we hit 80, we'll stay that way all the way through the end of the work week into the upcoming weekend. Overnight lows will be running about 10 degrees above normal, sitting in the low to mid-60s.
Pretty good, Trent. Thank you. Well, providing a path out of poverty for children in Naples. We'll show you what an organization is doing to spread positive messages and a little heart.
9:56, and we are waking up to a beautiful day here in Southwest Florida. You are looking live from the camera that sits at Tarpon Bay, and man, not a cloud in the sky. A cool start to our day, but it's going to be warmer this afternoon than we've seen the past couple of days. Meteorologist Trent Eric's going to have a full check of your forecast coming up on Fox 4 Morning News at 10 in just a few minutes.
Well, today, Grace Place in Naples will have its Hearts of Grace hunt. Children have painted hearts with positive messages on them and placed them in different parts of the county for people to find.
Yeah, and Grace Place, if you're not familiar with it, is known for different education programs, like teaching children how to read and how to write. So this event started at 9 o'clock about an hour ago, and it has another 2 hours to go. Actually, no, another hour to go, excuse me. It ends at 11 at the Ritz-Carlton in Naples. The address is on your screen if you want to stop by and check it out for that last hour. The hearts are designed by the children and the volunteers of Grace Place.
Well, some downtown Fort Myers restaurants are still not open yet, but it's not because of hurricane damage.
Yeah, coming up on Fox 4 Morning News at 10, what's being done right now to help fix that problem? Crews are out on Sanibel Island this morning working to clean up some of our beaches after Hurricane Ian. We are going to take you there and show you the progress they've made so far.
8 people shot at a Martin Luther King Jr. event in Florida. What investigators are saying this morning about the shooter.
Some downtown Fort Myers restaurants still are not opened since the storm, but it's not because of hurricane damage. We'll explain.
Live from Southwest Florida, you're watching Fox 4 Morning News.
It is 10 on this Tuesday morning. Thank you for watching Fox 4 Morning News. I'm Chris Shaw.
And I'm Amy Wegman. This morning, the Sanibel Captiva Conservation Foundation, they are at work trying to get our beaches back to normal since Hurricane Ian.
Yeah, volunteers are cleaning up the West End beaches from Tarpon Bay Road to Blind Pass.
This morning, Fox 4's Alexandra Ranjal is showing us how these cleanup efforts are truly helping.
The starting point this morning is Blind Pass Beach Park. We have about 15 volunteers spread out across the beach. They're carrying orange buckets and trash pickers. Their main focus is small pieces of trash, but let me tell you, I want Sean to zoom into this chair that you see here. This is some of the bigger pieces of debris these volunteers have picked up. The Conservation Foundation says these cleanup efforts help protect wildlife and people. Now, the beaches in Sanibel and Captiva have not been open to the public since Hurricane Ian, and the beaches will be a topic of discussion at this morning's City Council meeting. Members will talk about rebuilding resorts and how many square feet those places will have to dedicate as recreational space if they decide to rebuild. Now, we will be keeping a close eye on those issues, and we'll head over to that meeting and bring you updates throughout the morning, both on air and online at fox4now.com. Reporting in Sanibel, Alexandra Ranjal, Fox 4.
All right, at 10:02, let's take a live look out. This is Bokeelia. Things looking perfect out there, aren't they? Now, it's probably a little chilly, especially with that wind blowing. You can see those palm trees going a little bit, but it looks great.
It's amazing the difference in temperature, though, when we have these chilly days when you're in the shade versus when you're in the sun.
For sure.
Layer.
And layer, yeah. You'll need to take the jacket off later today because we're going to be in the mid-70s. And already we've almost, matter of fact, the new observations just came in. We've passed the high that we saw all over the weekend. Saturday and Sunday, we were only at 62. We're now up to 67 in Fort Myers, and we're continuing to climb. Compared to where we were 24 hours ago, this is over a 10-degree jump. Matter of fact, it's a 12-degree increase for Naples and Bonita Springs. You see the wind is starting to shift more out of the south. What that will do is warm us up, start to bring the little more humidity back, but very comfortable, and no rain on the radar. We're going to be quiet here in the days ahead. So let's look at the forecast for this afternoon. It is clear. A couple of fair weather clouds dotting the skyline later on this afternoon, but as you step out, it's beautiful. Almost a picture perfect day here with temperatures in the mid-70s. We'll talk about even warmer weather coming up in just a bit.
10:03 right now, a man charged with abusing children at a Cape Coral daycare waived his arraignment in court this morning.
Cape Coral police arrested Bobby Holland last month. They say Holland's girlfriend ran a daycare out of a house and it was not licensed. Police tell Fox 4 a child came home with a note in their backpack that referenced the abuse, and that's how this investigation started.
Cape Coral police say they searched the home. They did a DNA test on Holland before he was arrested. They say they also shut down that daycare. This morning, he's facing 2 more charges of sexual battery on a child younger than 12. Those charges were added last week. Court documents show Holland has pleaded not guilty.
Well, state investigators have charged 8 people, including a man from Cape Coral, with trafficking venomous snakes.
Florida Fish and Wildlife says they include some of the most dangerous snakes in the world, things like vipers and cobras. So take a look at this video. This is from FWC. They say these are some of the snakes they recovered during this 3-year operation. FWC says undercover investigators bought and sold nearly 200 snakes. One of the suspects, they say, Paul Miller from Cape Coral, has been issued a summons to appear in court in connection with this investigation. It was called Operation Viper. The agency says it is illegal to sell these snakes because they're so dangerous and venomous.
These rules are in place for public safety and also to protect Florida's ecosystems. A lot of these animals could really be injurious to people, but also they're imported from all over the world, and they bring disease with them and could affect our natural habitat.
Not to mention, he says the snakes can be unpredictable. Of course, that makes them even more deadly.
All right, take a look at your screen. These two people are charged with stealing packages from Lee County apartment buildings. The sheriff's office gave us this video you see here of 17 unopened packages that deputies say were stolen. They say they found them in Justin Marcez's car, and deputies say they found even more packages in his house. Deputies say Marcez and his girlfriend, Amber DeBoard, were arrested Saturday in Sanibel. Well, this story is developing from overnight. There was a mass shooting at a Martin Luther King Jr. celebration in Florida. This happened on the East Coast in Fort Pierce. Investigators say 8 people were shot. St. Lucie County deputies say whoever the suspect was, they went out to the MLK Family Fun and Car Show where there were more than 1,000 people. Deputies say civilians actually drove some of the victims to nearby hospitals in their own cars. St. Lucie Sheriff's Office says those shots rang out after an argument between 2 groups of people reached a breaking point.
Sounds like from our initial investigation here on scene, there was a disagreement of some sort between 2 parties, and unfortunately, they chose to resolve that with guns.
Investigators say no one is in custody right now. We are working to get you more information. We will update you as soon as we get it.
In West Palm Beach, police are saying anti-Semitic messages and the display of a Nazi symbol on a downtown building are connected to a Boca Raton investigation. Cameron Leppinger from our Scripps partner station in West Palm Beach, WPTV, is giving us an update this morning.
Based on the initial investigation, the West Palm Beach Police Department says it appears that the incident or the persons who were responsible for the incident that happened over in South County over the weekend are the same folks who are behind displaying hateful messages here in downtown West Palm Beach Saturday night. I want to go ahead and show you video of what I'm talking about. Police say around 9 o'clock they received multiple calls about a swastika and other hateful messages being displayed on the AT&T building downtown. Now, once on scene, investigators determined the display was coming from a nearby public parking garage. At least 2 men were involved. They were wearing ski masks and using a rented truck, a projector, and a generator to display the messages. Now, this went on for about half an hour, and police say once they confronted the men, they were very uncooperative and refused to talk. Now, moments later, they broke down their equipment and left. Police say the investigation has now been turned over to the state attorney's office to determine if any laws were in fact broken.
Regardless, there's no place for this in our community. West Palm Beach is a diverse, welcoming city, and we have no tolerance for anybody that's going to try and spread hate in our city. Now, at this point, no charges have been filed. However, police say if it's determined that a crime was committed, those men will be held accountable.
10:08 is the time right now. Used cars are getting cheaper. A company that tracks car sales says it's because supply is finally catching up to demand. Edmunds says rising interest rates have cooled demand for cars, and that especially impacts people who need to finance. Because of that, demand has fallen, and in turn, so has the price. The average for a used car today is about the same as it was back in 2010, and Edmunds says older car prices have fallen 15% from last year's high. Southwest Airlines just updated customers who were impacted by its holiday meltdown. The company sent out an email last night outlining its plan to recover and the way it plans to make it up to customers. It says that virtually all bags that were missing are back with their owners now, and the company says it's hired a consultant agency to assess what happened and how to make things better for the customers.
Yeah, Southwest has been working to make things right. The company says it budgeted over $1 billion of its annual budget to address maintenance issues with its technology systems. It's also addressing its operations guide. The company canceled, if you remember, over 16,000 flights between December 21st and 31st. That resulted in somewhere between $725 and $825 billion in lost revenue. A new report shows 1/10 of all car sales in 2022 were for electric vehicles. That report from LMC Automotive says 800,000 electric cars and trucks were sold in 2022. That is 5% of the national sales. But internationally, EV sales have risen even more. 11% of total car sales in Europe, 19% of China's vehicle sales are entirely electric. Tesla is the #1 seller, 1.3 million cars last year. Meanwhile, more than 3 million cars here in Florida are on the road right now with an unrepaired recall, and some involve dangerous defects. Investigative reporter Jackie Calloway from our Scripps station WFTS in Tampa is looking into why notices don't always reach the drivers until it's too late and what's being done about it.
It just happened so unbelievably quickly, and my door was still open actually when the car blew up.
Sunny Farley credits fellow drivers for saving her life one night last November. Her Kia SUV caught fire as she drove down a Texas highway.
One of the guys said, "Get out of the car, it's on fire, it's on fire." And he got me out of the car, and I literally jumped out of the car, ran away from it.
The I-team found Kia issued an urgent recall on Sunny's 2016 Sorento for a fire-related defect in September. But the recall notice didn't go out until November 11th. Sunny's car burned up 11 days later.
And we've never seen anything in the mail or online or been alerted to anything in terms of the Kia.
She's one of multiple owners who told me they didn't get a recall notice until it was too late.
I was completely unaware until it affected me.
Christine McGuire-Wolf had just dropped off her boys when the engine in her Kia SUV caught fire with her behind the wheel.
I don't think I can accurately describe how quickly it went up. It wasn't like this smoldering fire that took some time to catch. It went up almost instantly.
In Christine's case, the recall notice for her vehicle arrived in the mail days after the fire.
I don't think that there's a sufficient effort to get that information out there.
For more than half a century, the government required automakers to notify owners of safety recalls by mail only. The 55-year-old rule has never been updated. NHTSA started work on a new rule that would require manufacturers to issue notification by electronic means in addition to notification by first-class mail, such as emails or text messages to owners regarding defects. That was in 2016. The rule still isn't finalized.
It's a significant risk, and it wasn't communicated in a significant way.
And that was Jackie Calloway reporting. In March, federal regulators say they'll take public comment on the proposed rule on those recall notices. And then the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration will decide whether to implement that rule. Car makers may voluntarily contact owners electronically, but a lot of them just don't do that.
Whoa! Big tornado! Big tornado!
Yeah, it's pretty big. This is in Iowa. It's in the Williamsburg area there. You can see how wide that funnel is right there. Now, earlier this morning, we showed you some video from the same tornado that was a little further away, but this close-up video gives us better perspective of just how massive this thing was.
Yeah, so Trent, I know we've been seeing severe weather, tornadoes pop up in areas across the country. Are they done with these severe weather threats? Because I've never dealt with a tornado, but it looks scary.
Yeah, they're going to see another threat here in the next week or so, especially Texas, Oklahoma. But the storm system that prompted that tornado in Iowa is now pulling off towards the east. And as it does so, the showers and thunderstorms tapering off a bit. We are absolutely stunning outside. If you look out through our tower cam right now here at 1014, this is down at the Bayfront Inn in Naples. Beautiful blue skies and beautiful blue water. The water's been a little more active today now that it's been a little warmer. As we look at our temperatures, we're warming up. We're in the upper 60s now after only reaching 62 both Saturday and Sunday. Golden Gate, you're at 70, Arcadia at 64, Palmdale 62 to kind of give you a little bit of the spread. Our 24-hour temperature change, it's a 10 or more degree jump across the board, with the highest jumps down towards Naples and Marco, where it's been a 12 to 13 degree increase. And our wind is picking up a little bit. Notice it's out of the southeast. It'll turn more south today and tomorrow, bumping our temperatures on up. And we could see a couple of gusts there in the low teens, but the radar is going to continue to be very quiet here in the days ahead. Matter of fact, as those radar beams sweep around, we won't pick up much over the next day or two. There's no clouds. There's no moisture, as the dew point value is still very comfortable, but they'll start to increase a little bit here in the next couple of days, getting those temperatures back up above average by the time we get towards Wednesday and Thursday of next week. So we'll settle into a wind near 10 miles per hour here this afternoon with a couple of gusts in the low teens. And your forecast as a whole, this is a picture perfect one. This is why we love it here in the wintertime, right? Sunny and nice with your sunset time coming up at 5:58, where we'll be sitting in the upper 60s. The almanac shows the spread. We can be as high as 87. That's our record high back in 43, our record low 36 back in 1951. And keep these numbers in the mid 50s and mid 70s in mind, because that's where we're going to be at or above here starting this afternoon. The warmth is surging into the Tennessee Valley and parts of Indiana and Ohio, where right now it's 50 in Columbus, 60 in Nashville, and we've got upper 50s to low 60s to the south. As this high pressure ridge has been moving eastbound over the last couple of days, we've seen a warm return flow around that. And as long as that wind stays out of the south here in the days ahead and all the wet weather stays off to our north, we're going to be warm. You see the parent low spinning in upper Michigan with the cold front now bringing some rain across West Virginia and the Carolinas. And as that stays north, we stay dry. We'll see just a few fair weather clouds here the next couple of afternoons. We could see a little patchy fog tomorrow as we start to see the moisture increase. Otherwise, it will be dry. Look at how the temperatures respond. We're in the mid 40s this morning. We'll get up in the mid 70s overnight tonight. A little warmer, really close to our average. And then we should see our temperatures up around 78 degrees, getting close to that 80-degree mark. And by Thursday, we're going to be above average. And by the afternoon, 80, 81 degrees. And you can see that ridge with these storm systems moving off to the north. Here comes another one late in the week. We'll get another dip bringing rain and the possibility of strong, if not severe weather, but it all stays off to our north. So our 7-day forecast doesn't change at all. We will be really warm here in the next few days, running above average back in the 80s. So put those jackets up, get the shorts and flip-flops back out, because you're going to need them here over the weekend into early next week.
For that trend, 1017 right now in the United States could hit its debt limit this week. Congress has to work now to prevent a default that could send the economy into a tailspin. Fox's Caroline Shively has the latest from Washington.
The U.S. is poised to bust through its $31.4 trillion debt limit this Thursday with no agreement on what to do about it.
And it has to be dealt with right now. No more, putting this off for another year or two or three.
Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen sent a letter to Congress saying her department can hold off a crisis until early June by taking, quote, extraordinary measures like withholding scheduled contributions to federal workers' retirement funds. After that, the U.S. risks defaulting on its debt.
If we don't raise the debt ceiling, we go into default, and only one default is enough to nuke the economy.
Leaders on both sides agree that a default would be catastrophic, but some Republicans say raising the debt ceiling should only come with a cut in spending, and they may use their debt ceiling vote as leverage to get it.
What we've agreed to do in the Republican House is to begin to apply some fiscal restraint so that we can keep from going off the cliff.
We are not going to allow extreme MAGA Republicans to hold the American economy hostage.
Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid are potential areas to cut, but most Democrats say those are off the table. In a speech on Monday, President Biden said he was ready to work with congressional Republicans, but also said,
these guys are the fiscally demented, I think. They don't quite get it.
A new survey of the world's leading economists shows nearly 2/3 believe a global recession is likely this year. In Washington, Caroline Shively, Fox News.
The number of young kids accidentally eating cannabis has surged over the last few years. Coming up in today's Your Healthy Family, I'm showing you the conversations you should have to protect your kids.
All right, it is 10:19 right now. As we head to break, let's get a quick check of your traffic hotspots.
So after the accident, I didn't know what was next for me. When I called Parental, it was immediately evident that they were about fixing the problem and solving the case. Fighting a giant with a giant is the best way to win the fight.
Well, this morning, doctors say cases of strep throat, especially strep A, are on the rise in children.
Yeah, and now doctors are also citing a rise in rare and deadly complications related to strep A. Symptoms of strep throat can include things like extreme fever, muscle pain, sore throat, and neck swelling.
Doctors say untreated strep A can result in serious conditions much worse than a sore throat.
For instance, a child could aspirate the bacteria into their lungs and it could cause pneumonia. The bacteria could also go from the throat into their bloodstream and infect the connective tissue below our skin.
All right, so here are some tips from doctors. They say do not share eating utensils with your kids. Remind your little ones to wash their hands constantly. Strep A is already responsible for at least 2 deaths here in the U.S. and more than a dozen deaths in the U.K.
A new study shows the number of young kids accidentally eating cannabis has gone up dramatically between 2017 and 2021. And in today's Your Healthy Family, doctors think it could be even worse now.
It's easy to see how a child might confuse candy from a convenience store with a package of candy containing cannabis.
Unless you really carefully look to see that the name is just slightly altered and then there's a little marijuana leaf on it, you won't know.
Dr. Michelle Arzubi-Hughes works as a pediatric emergency physician in Norfolk, Virginia. She says she's treated kids as young as 2 who are experiencing the effects of accidentally eating cannabis. And this is a problem across our country. A study just published in the journal Pediatrics shows the number of young kids accidentally ingesting cannabis went up by nearly 1,400% between 2017 and 2021. And Dr. Arzubi-Hughes says it might be even worse now.
I've definitely seen an increase in these children presenting with an overdose.
So what happens if a child eats cannabis edibles? She says symptoms are similar to what you'd see in an adult who's high: sleepiness, confusion, increased appetite. But it can also be more serious, like trouble breathing and rapid heart rate. She says if parents have cannabis edibles, treat them like prescription medication. Lock them away, out of reach from kids. She also says she's even talked to her own children about the dangers and encourages other parents to do the same.
I said, but you are not allowed to get candy from any of your friends unless you bring the packaging first. I'm a big believer in being open with your children.
That doctor also says it's time for manufacturers to change the packaging so it's not so similar to popular candy brands. For Your Healthy Family, I'm Lisa Greenberg, and for more health stories, head to fox4now.com/yourhealthyfamily.
Those falling gas prices we saw at the end of the year might be a thing of the past. Prepare to pay more at the pump.
And we have an update for you this morning to a Charlotte County hit and run. What deputies are telling us about the driver they arrested.
And right now, looking across the Caloosahatchee, our temperatures in the mid to upper 60s and looking absolutely gorgeous. We got a warm up on the way. We'll talk about it coming up on the other side of the break.
Live from Southwest Florida, you're watching Fox 4 Morning News.
And we thank you for watching Fox 4 Morning News at 10. I'm Chris Shaw.
And I'm Amy Wegman. You're probably going to notice it's a little warmer outside today than we've seen the past few days.
Especially as we get on in the afternoon.
Yeah, that sun makes a difference. And man, these are the days I think that everyone's like, wow, I love living in Florida in January. It's absolutely gorgeous outside. Let's get a check of our weather with certified meteorologist Trent Eric. Those skies are blue.
Yeah, they are. These are the fun ones. As right now we're looking live from the Bayfront Inn down in Naples, where the beautiful blue water is a little busier today as folks are out and about. Now, as far as the temperatures, we're in the low 70s inland now, and you can see mid to upper 60s between Punta Gorda and the Cape, 69 in Naples. Keep in mind that over the weekend we only made it up to 62 degrees both days, and we're running some 10 degrees warmer than where we were at this time yesterday. We're slowly going to warm up, and by tomorrow we'll kind of hit our maximum for the week and settle in. And you can see the wind 10 to 12 miles per hour here out of the southeast. It'll turn more out of the south today, and that's just going to allow for a beautiful, beautiful afternoon. Radar is very quiet. Any type of green you're seeing is false return, as we're not expecting much rain at all in the week ahead. Forecast shows how clear and quiet it's going to be, not only for today, but as we take a sneak peek through tomorrow morning, we could see a little bit of patchy fog. Enjoy it. Look at these temperatures. Beautiful there for lunchtime. We should see our high temperatures today right around 76, 77 degrees. We'll talk more about even warmer temperatures coming up in a bit.
Well, Florida Highway Patrol says the driver involved in a hit-and-run crash in Charlotte County is in jail this morning. FHP says 87-year-old Robert Moses is charged with leaving the scene of a crash involving injury. They say Moses was driving alongside Riverside Drive in Punta Gorda when he made a left turn, and that's when they say that he hit an oncoming motorcycle. Troopers tell Fox 4 the victim is in the hospital this morning with serious injuries. Fort Myers police say that they're looking for a man who went missing last Monday. Fort Myers police posted on Facebook asking for help finding Rene Louisor. They say he's 85 years old. He lives at a senior home in North Fort Myers, and he hasn't been back since he was discharged from Lee Memorial Hospital. Police also say he's hard of hearing, so if you see him, you are asked to call Crime Stoppers. That number is 1-800-780-TIPS. You can also, of course, call the Fort Myers Police Department. The Collier County School District wants to remind you about its superintendent search and the survey that they want you to fill out as part of it if you live in Collier County. The school district emailing out those surveys on potential candidates to parents, so look for that. You'll get it today. You can also find the survey online. Collier School says it's looking for your input on the characteristics of each candidate and how those will help or hurt the district with a relatively new school board. You can find the survey again on the school's website, so go check that out if you don't see it in your email.
Well, some downtown Fort Myers restaurants still are not open, but it's not because of hurricane damage. It's because they can't find enough workers.
Right, so that's why there's a job fair. It's going on right now to kind of help with that worker shortage that we're seeing. From now through Wednesday, the Kearns Restaurant Group is holding a job fair. The company owns 8 downtown businesses, places like Capone's, Firestone Grill Room, Downtown Social House. The group says it had a lot of employees before the storm, and they were able to shuffle them around their multiple locations, but as time has passed since Hurricane Ian, they've really run into problems.
We're finding the challenges of we need to pull those individuals out of the restaurants back into their home base, and now that leaves open spots.
Right, and on top of that, she says some workers have left the Southwest Florida area.
It's not that they found other jobs. They've gone back to New England, they've gone out. Well, you know, they've kind of scattered, kind of panicking.
She says there have been some people who moved to Southwest Florida after Ian, so they are getting some interest from those folks. We have more information about the job fair when you find this story on our website, fox4now.com. Well, gas prices are inching up. AAA says in Lee County, the average price for a gallon of unleaded is 25 cents higher right now than it was a month ago. Take a look at your screen. The numbers on the top row are the gas prices today, and the bottom numbers are the prices from a month ago. Punta Gorda has the highest increase at 28 cents.
Well, inflation is dipping a bit after reaching record highs just last year. In fact, the average American family is spending hundreds more a month now compared to pre-inflation numbers in 2019. JJ Burton from our Scripps station, WFTS in Tampa Bay, is taking a look at where that money is going.
Melissa Galovic is walking into Hand and Stone Massage and Facial Spa for the last time, at least for the foreseeable future.
Well, I'm going to get a massage, but I'm also actually going to cancel my monthly membership because it's just the cost of things are just way too high right now.
She says her rent, groceries, and electricity has all gone up. Her rent alone is $100 more. Shelly Perez is in the same boat. She's retired and on a fixed income.
It does hurt, you know, when you have to keep on having to dip into your savings account to make everything get covered, you know, for that month. Well, you used to do things and now you can't.
It's all due to inflation, despite the fact that it has gone down a bit. According to ABC News, the average American family is spending nearly $400 more. Grocery prices, they're up 11%, and rent is up nearly 8%.
Right, higher prices are the new norm, and then the only question is how quickly or how slowly they'll continue to rise from here.
Victor Carr is an associate professor at the Luckert College of Business at Florida Gulf Coast University. He says we can expect costs to be even higher next month.
Inflation is brutal, and that's one of the reasons why our federal authorities need to get inflation under control.
The Federal Reserve System is working to get inflation rates back to 2% a year by the end of 2024. Professor Clark says it's time for working folks to go to their bosses.
It's not a bad time to ask for more money or just some other thing that might make your working life a better fit for you right now.
10:35 is the time right now. Let's get a look at some of the top stories today. Take a look at your screen. I want to show you some video. This child's father will be in court today. A neighbor's security camera got this video of what appears to be a 4-year-old child waving around a handgun. It led to the father's arrest. Police say the father denied having a gun in the house, but they say officers found one. The father is charged with neglect.
Evacuation still underway in California as areas in the northern part of the state continue to recover from that heavy rainfall that they've been seeing in the area. Earlier on Fox 4 Morning News, we told you about a neighborhood of 175 people that were forced to evacuate because of the rising water levels and because of the flooding. And we just learned the city of Acampo, California had to evacuate 200 people because of flooding on Sunday night. 19 people have died so far because of those heavy rains.
And a reality TV couple will be in a Florida jail today. Todd and Julie Chrisley have been found guilty of evading taxes and defrauding banks out of more than $30 million. Julie was sentenced to 7 years in prison. Todd was sentenced to 12. The two have maintained that they are innocent, and their lawyers have said the couple will appeal their verdict. Well, there's a lot of debate in D.C. today about what should happen next now that classified documents have been found in President Joe Biden's office and his home.
Yeah, the issue fanning the flames in an already divided Congress, with many calling for a congressional investigation. So what goes into the handling of presidential papers? Scripps News White House correspondent Kellen Howell is taking a closer look.
Process for sorting and archiving White House documents at the end of an administration is a massive undertaking, one that experts say has lots of room for error. Any piece of paper that a president or top government official writes on or handles is supposed to be kept by the National Archives.
It could be something as simple as a napkin doodle that Barack Obama made when he was a little bored in the middle of a meeting.
There is a permanent office at the White House dedicated to maintaining and organizing documents for the archives. But Larry Pfeiffer, who served as senior director of the White House Situation Room under President Obama, says it's political staff who are cleaning out filing cabinets at the end of an administration, a process he says can take months.
And so I worry that, the records management aspect of the job tends to take a little bit lower priority, tends to get a little bit rushed. We're all humans.
Now, as mishandled classified documents have come to light from 2 administrations, experts say it's time to review the often overlooked protocols for handling sensitive information. White House staff do receive some training on how to handle documents, but Pfeiffer says that training should be more comprehensive and repeated annually. He's also calling for an independent review of the departure procedures, outlining what should happen when an official is leaving office. Experts say another issue is the classification system itself.
When you have national security professionals that know that there are documents that are classified that don't necessarily need to be classified, it can lead to a more lax approach to these rules that really are designed to be followed to the T.
Until more changes are made, we may not have heard the last about secret documents discovered in unsecure places.
I wouldn't be surprised if tomorrow President Obama or President Bush or Vice President Cheney or Vice President Pence ordered staffs to do a thorough research and review of their storage spaces Would I be shocked if 1 or 2 documents popped up? No, I would not, given what's happened.
Kellen Howell, Scripps News, Washington.
4th and 4. Good protection, and the pass wide open. Touchdown, Lamb.
Boy, he was wide open.
Yeah, he was.
And it was never really that close last night. The Dallas Cowboys beat the Buccaneers 31-14, and that ended Tampa's season. Dallas moves on to San Francisco next week. The Tampa loss also means Florida has just one team left in the NFL playoffs. Jacksonville will play Kansas City on Saturday.
Yeah, and the lead up to the big game can be watched on Fox 4 this weekend. We have 2 heavy-hitting matchups. First, on Saturday, the Giants and the Eagles face off in an NFC East rivalry game in the city of brotherly love. That one is Saturday at 8:15 in the evening. Then on Sunday, you can see how the team that beat the Bucs fares as they play the San Francisco 49ers. That game is at 6:30. It's right here on Fox 4. I don't know. I kind of feel bad for Tom Brady. The divorce, the losing season.
It's been a tough year, yeah.
It's been a tough year for him, but
Right.
I'm sure some people are throwing things at the TV right now.
And the big question is he going to come back next year? Will he play? Will he play with the Bucs? We don't know.
Hey, who would have thought at the beginning of the season that the Jaguars would be the only Florida team left out of wild card weekend? It's been a crazy year in the NFL for sure. Let's get you guys a live look here of what's going on outside this morning as we start to warm things up. We are looking here across the Caloosahatchee at North Fort Myers as we got an absolutely stunning day. If you haven't been outside, it was chilly this morning, but now our temperatures are warming up. Keep in mind, we only hit 62 degrees over the weekend for our highs. Now we're in the upper 60s along the coast, warming up in the low 70s inland. By far our biggest jump here, some 10 to 11 degrees. Matter of fact, Marco Island, you're 13 degrees warmer here at 1041 than where you were at this time yesterday. This warming trend is actually going to continue for the next day or so before we settle into above average temperatures mid to late week, and that wind is already picking up a little bit, near 10 miles per hour out of the southeast. It will turn a little more out of the south as the day progresses, and once that happens, we're going to see dry conditions. Even though typically we see a southerly wind, we get enough moisture for a shower or two on the radar. Just not going to happen. We're so dry here with our dew point values still in the low 50s that it's comfortable, and you can see that wind speed hanging out around 10. Just an absolutely beautiful, beautiful day. Sunny and nice, 76 degrees. Your sunset time where you'll need a light jacket again is at 5:58. We'll fall into the 50s here overnight, and we're going to be so close to our averages here over the next 24 to 48 hours. That reading of 76 is just one off our record on this date there in the upper 80s. And this morning, all the warmth is surging into the midsections of the country here with temperatures that are very warm for Little Rock, Nashville, into Columbus, Ohio. And that's all on the backside of a ridge of high pressure. And as we forecast it to move off to the east, we forecast that wind to shift out of the south. It's happening now, and that's sending moisture in along this cold front, and it's also warming our temperatures. We have one low moving off Canada, and then the other parent low over Michigan and the Great Lakes, and that trailing cold front is sparking some rain there across the Carolinas and the deep south. Check out what the ridge does for us. It keeps it very quiet here for today. A lot of sunshine, a few passing clouds, and that's really about it. And then as we look ahead here, Wednesday, Thursday, no major changes, a few high-level clouds scooting on past, and that's about it. Our temperatures respond nicely this afternoon, mid-70s, overnight tonight, right at our average of 54. And then you can see we get close to the 80-degree mark on Thursday, where we'll be above average overnight, and we should get in the low 80s here and stick there for a bit. The reason? Ridge of high pressure is going to keep all the storm systems riding off to the north. There's the first one on Thursday. Here comes a second one as we go through the weekend. And as that ridge hangs on strong, we stay warm. Inland Marine forecast for today. Inland waters a light chop. Winds southeast 5 to 10, and the water temperature at Fort Myers Beach was a 61. So for today, we're going to see our temperatures up in the mid-70s. Overnight tonight, we'll dip in the mid-50s. And here's your 7-day forecast, because it is going to be absolutely gorgeous. For those of you who have missed the warmer temperatures, are right around the corner. We'll see a few more clouds there Saturday before clearing back out on Sunday. Overnight lows will be about 10 above our average, sitting in the low to mid 60s over the weekend into early next week. And again, no significant chance of rain anywhere in the forecast, even though we're about 1.5 inches to 2 inches behind since December.
One's in the forecast, Trent. Thank you. Well, as the kids go back to school this morning, Lee County school resource officers say they are ready to face any threat that they may come across. They say they're ready to handle anything. Yesterday, LCSO went through simulations at Gateway High School. Other members from the Sheriff's Department trained along with them in the Real-Time Intelligence Center, and the Tactical Dispatch Center was also part of that training. The Sheriff's Office says school resource officers do more than 100 hours of training every year.
It is 10:44 right now. Pentagon officials are considering back pay for defense workers who were fired after refusing to take the COVID-19 vaccine.
Now, lawmakers got the ball rolling on this last year, and then the Pentagon dropped the mandate last week. But Fox News chief national security correspondent Jennifer Griffin tells us there are still a lot of questions about what to do with those fired workers.
Facing a requirement from Republican lawmakers under the Defense Authorization Act that provides funding to the Pentagon, Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin officially rescinded the military's COVID-19 vaccine mandate last week and could offer to reinstate the 8,400 former service members discharged for refusing the shot. It's not clear how many want their jobs back or remain fit enough to serve. Quote, regarding back pay, the department is still exploring this and will provide its views on legislation of this nature at the appropriate time. The thousands who sought exemptions and were denied will have their records updated and any letters of reprimand removed, according to the memo signed by Austin last Tuesday. Here's a breakdown of those discharged by service. 834 Air and Space Force personnel, 1,851 soldiers, 3,717 Marines, 2,064 Navy reservists and sailors. Providing back pay would be a win for Republicans like Senator Rand Paul, who fought against the mandate and threatened to hold up the Pentagon's $816.7 billion budget last December. Some service members could still be required to get the vaccine, and for the unvaccinated, commanders will have the leeway to curtail assignments and foreign travel to countries that still require COVID vaccinations.
Depending on the situation and the circumstances, it is incumbent on commanders to ensure that they're doing what they need to do to make sure those forces are ready.
Some Republican lawmakers argued the vaccine mandate was adversely affecting military recruiting efforts. The Pentagon says a department survey last year showed requiring the COVID vaccine was not a big factor in enlistment. At the Pentagon, Jennifer Griffin, Fox News.
Today, the Military Heritage Museum in Punta Gorda will be hosting an Iraq and Afghanistan Veterans Appreciation Day. So all vets will be recognized in a ceremony and remembered for their sacrifice. They will also be showing a documentary. You're welcome to attend. The address is at the bottom of your screen. It's on West Marion Avenue in Punta Gorda. All of this starts in just about 15 minutes at 11 o'clock, but it does go till 1 in the afternoon. Iraq and Afghanistan vets can go for free. Family and friends are also welcome. Artificial intelligence is growing to the point where it can write articles and papers in a matter of minutes. Now, there are some fears that AI will get in the way of humans making decisions. We'll take a closer look at that. Plus, 10:47, we want to get a quick check of your traffic hotspots.
So after the accident, I didn't know what was next for me. When I called Parental, it was immediately evident that they were about fixing the problem and solving the case. Fighting a giant with a giant is the best way to win the fight.
If you've been on social media recently, you've probably seen the product of the new hot topic on the internet, AI.
Yeah, artificial intelligence is helping people make artwork, study for tests, and so much more. But there's a lot of questions about this new leap in technology. Michael Williams from our Scripps station, WPTV in West Palm Beach, is taking a look at it this morning.
This is mind-blowing. Are we becoming obsolete? It's really scary. It's the stuff of great science fiction. Now, walk into Alan Crowitz's world and you learn about artificial intelligence of a tamer sort coming to real life.
So my world's blowing up about this, but there's this thing called ChatGPT. It's artificial intelligence. It's a computer that has been trained so well, it can write and do things better than most people can do it.
Crowitz is CEO of InfoStream. He introduced me to ChatGPT and its cousin, Dolly, an AI with an artistic flair.
Show me a monk going through a purple portal.
The stroke of an art brush gives way to the click of a mouse, and there you have it, monks and portals.
Computers analytical, I get it. Computers creative? How the heck do you get creative?
OpenAI, the brains behind these AI marvels, had them digest hundreds of millions of articles from science to philosophy to art.
This is a real threat to a lot of jobs. Artificial intelligence is teaching computers to think like humans do, to reason, to draw their own conclusions, to come up with unique concepts.
Can this AI help me with tax questions?
It can.
Can it help me with accounting questions?
It can.
Can it help me if I'm stumped writing a paper for school or for my next newscast?
It excels at that.
We asked ChatGPT to create an outline about ethics and morals. It quickly did.
Not only is it writing this article, but look, it's giving me references, including page numbers. Anybody can write a paper with references incredibly well, an A+ paper, in seconds. That would have taken months for a student to write. How do you know that the student actually learned something or that a computer program did it?
Some experts worry that advanced artificial intelligence could someday be capable of outsmarting humans and making decisions that are not in our best interest. Interesting points there. And by the way, everything my twin just said are words, thoughts, if you will, that came straight from the AI we introduced ourselves to.
When they release this thing to digest the entire internet, or industries like accounting or law, it is going to be scary powerful. For a while, a lot of the white-collar jobs out there and blue-collar jobs will use this as a very powerful tool. But what happens when the tool becomes more powerful than the wielder of the tool?
All right, we want to recap this morning's top stories across Southwest Florida. The Sanibel Captiva Conservation Foundation is working hard to get our beaches clean and back to normal after Hurricane Ian. Volunteers are out all day today cleaning up the West End beaches from Tarpon Bay Road to Blind Pass. They were out there this morning. The beaches on Sanibel and Captiva have not been open to the public since the storm hit.
The man charged with abusing children at a Cape Coral daycare waived his arraignment today. Cape Coral police arrested Bobby Holland last month. They say Holland's girlfriend ran a daycare out of the house and it was not licensed. Police tell Fox 4 a child came home with a note in their backpack that referenced the abuse, and that's how the investigation started. Holland faces 2 more charges of sexual battery on a child younger than 12 years old. Those were added just last week. Court documents show Holland has pleaded not guilty.
Florida Highway Patrol says the driver involved in a hit-and-run crash in Charlotte County is in jail this morning. FHP says 87-year-old Robert Moses is charged with leaving the scene of a crash involving injury. They say Moses was driving on Riverside Drive in Punta Gorda when he made a left turn, and that's when they say he hit an oncoming motorcycle. Troopers say the victim is in the hospital with serious injuries.
Well, right now, it doesn't get much better than this. You look at the view here across the Caloosahatchee, and we don't have a cloud in sight. Our temperatures are warming up. We're starting to lose that really frigid feeling that we've seen the last couple of mornings. And all of this is thanks to a area high pressure that's going to continue to warm us up. We'll be even warmer here over the next couple of days as we get right back into a warm stretch of weather. Matter of fact, we're going to be at or above our average Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and then we're going to settle into this pattern here for a bit. Overnight will be some 10 degrees above normal. So put those jackets back up, get the flip-flops out, because you're going to need them here over the next couple of days as we're going to see some very, very nice but warm weather.
Yeah, it looks great. I guess the question is, are we going to see the cold weather come back?
I hope so. I mean, we're only in January, Trent. We'll see. We'll see.
Yeah, we should see a few more fronts. We'll see February.
Okay.
Yeah, for sure.
We like that.
Thought maybe we were starting spring already.
Well, that'd be
ready
great.
for baseball.
I am ready for that, yeah. But it'd be nice if it was kind of cool as we sat there in the seats for the games.
As cool as you would be awesome. All right, that's going to do it for us today. I'm Amy Wegman. Thanks so much for joining us. News and weather all the time, 24/7 on our website, fox4now.com.
And we will be back with you at 5 this evening.
Crews are out on Sanibel Island this morning working to clean up some of our beaches after Hurricane Ian. We are going to take you there and show you the progress they've made so far.
8 people shot at a Martin Luther King Jr. event in Florida. What investigators are saying this morning about the shooter.
Some downtown Fort Myers restaurants still are not open since the storm, but it's not because of hurricane damage. We'll explain.
Live from Southwest Florida, you're watching Fox 4 Morning News.
It is 10 on this Tuesday morning. Thank you for watching Fox 4 Morning News. I'm Chris Shaw.
And I'm Amy Wegman. This morning, the Sanibel Captiva Conservation Foundation, they are at work trying to get our beaches back to normal since Hurricane Ian.
Yeah, volunteers are cleaning up the West End beaches from Tarpon Bay Road to Blind Pass.
This morning, Fox 4's Alexandra Ronhal is showing us how these cleanup efforts are truly helping.
The starting point this morning is Blind Pass Beach Park. We have about 15 volunteers spread out across the beach. They're carrying orange buckets and trash pickers. Their main focus is small pieces of trash, but let me tell you, I want Sean to zoom into this chair that you see here. This is some of the bigger pieces of debris these volunteers have picked up. The Conservation Foundation says these cleanup efforts help protect wildlife and people. Now, the beaches in Sanibel and Captiva have not been open to the public since Hurricane Ian, and the beaches will be a topic of discussion at this morning's City Council meeting. Members will talk about rebuilding resorts and how many square feet those places will have to dedicate as recreational space if they decide to rebuild. Now, we will be keeping a close eye on those issues, and we'll head over to that meeting and bring you updates throughout the morning, both on air and online at